Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second day of the Building Bridges Summit. Who is joining us for the first time this year? Yeah, there are a few. So a special welcome to you, of course. My name is Tanja König, and it is my pleasure to be guiding you throughout the summit today. Now, Building Bridges aims to be a catalyst for change by bringing different stakeholders together to align finance with sustainability. And who better to kick that off than Al Gore? The former vice president of the US sent us a message, so take a listen.
Hello, and greetings to everyone attending the Building Bridges Summit. It is my privilege to be able to share a few words with you, and I'd like to begin by thanking my dear friend Patrick Odier for the invitation to speak, as well as for his passionate leadership of this effort. Patrick, thank you for all that you do. To all of us, let me just say, it feels to me sometimes as though our world is growing increasingly interconnected by the day, but when it comes to solving the greatest challenges of our generation, we still remain startlingly disconnected. The global challenges I'm referring to include poverty, inequality, public health, challenges that know no borders, yet have an impact on each and every one of us in ways both big and small. And today, there is no greater challenge facing humanity than the climate crisis. It's connected to every aspect of our lives and our work. Its impacts highlight the fragility of the interconnected systems that drive our modern world. But the solutions to the climate crisis illustrate the ways in which we can work together to reshape our future for the better. Incredible advances in science and technology have delivered the solutions we need to limit global temperature increases to 1.5 degrees C. Economists and innovators have identified proven methods to deploy these solutions. A global sustainability revolution is taking hold, and it has the power to completely reshape our world for the better, transforming our relationship to businesses, the environment, and to one another. Businesses are, for example, reinventing transportation, developing alternatives to meat, deploying regenerative approaches to agriculture, producing renewable energy, and increasing the energy efficiency of our homes and commercial buildings. We know that the solution to our global challenges won't come from a single sector or from one organization or one government. It's going to take action from all of us, and it's only together that we will be able to explore the new practices and methods, articulate innovative solutions, and implement concrete actions to solve this crisis. And there's no time left for delay. This is the most important decade for action in our careers and in our lifetimes. So let's get to work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Al Gore. Now, Al Gore's 2006 movie, An Inconvenient Truth, was one of the milestones to make ESG topics mainstream. He didn't just give a climate risk mitigation a push, but he also laid the foundation for today's summit. And we're very grateful for his support and hope he can make it in person next time. Now, how can we take action? We'll be diving deeper in panel discussions and conversations throughout the morning. You can share your best takeaways and your experiences from the summit on social media. We're on Twitter and LinkedIn. You can also follow Building Bridges there and use the hashtag BuildingBridges22. Then talking of digital, the conversation is not only online, it's here, of course, and you can also participate in that. We have Slido pages. We have QR codes on each session that you can scan, and it will lead you to a page where you can send your questions to the panelists. And we also have an app, the Building Bridges app. If you haven't downloaded it yet, please do so. It's called BB-Connect. BB-Connect. You find it on Apple and Google Play, and you can not just find the full program, but also interact with other participants. Now, the loss of biodiversity and natural capital are rapidly joining climate as a key environmental concerns for the global financial sector. To give you a concrete example, if we don't conserve and restore nature like rainforests, we're also losing the best way of capturing CO2 from the atmosphere. So we can't just focus on reducing emissions without making sure that we're not destroying biodiversity and natural capital. It's all about keeping the ecosystem in balance. So to talk about strengthening standards, which we definitely need, data disclosure and innovation for biodiversity, I will now ask my panelists on stage. Please welcome Emma Crystal, Chief Sustainability Officer at Credit Suisse, Margaret Kulau, Finance Practice Leader at WWF International, Vian Sharif, founder of ESG fintech platform of Nature Alpha, as well as Head of Sustainability at financial investment technology firm FNZ, yes. And this session will be moderated by Sonia Gibbs, Managing Director and Head of Sustainable Finance at the Institute of International Finance. And before we go into the panel discussion, we'll be hearing a quick introduction into the topic. For this, I'd like to welcome Antoine Cyr, Head of Company Engagement at BNP Paribas.
Good morning. I really thank Patrick Audier for giving me the opportunity to speak just after Al Gore. It's very humbling, but because we have a fantastic panel, I will try to make it short. To make it short, but to mention that we are not here to create new asset classes. We are here to save animals, trees, coral reefs, and plankton. Tackling climate change is urgent, but stopping the tragic loss of biodiversity is as essential. The economy has damaged the biodiversity as much as it has damaged the climate. In addition, the IPCC is clear that there is no possible net zero economy without halting the nature loss. Deforestation and land use related activities account for 15% of greenhouse gas emissions, and of course deforestation is also a primary driver of biodiversity loss. Climate action and biodiversity are intertwined. That's why we have, what we have to do is not just changing the finance, it is changing the economy by using the change in finance. The bank is nothing, the client is everything, technology is everything. How do we do this? First of all, we have to get the business used to consider that the protection of the nature, not only the climate, is important. I'm happy to meet again here with Margaret Kulau, with whom we worked several months along with international organizations, NGOs, and members of the financial community to establish the TNFD, the Task Force for Nature-Related Financial Disclosures, that will allow companies to report both on the impact the nature has on their business and the impact that their business has on the nature. It is essential that the reporting includes the two dimensions, what the specialists call the double materiality. At BNP Paribas, we already assess our 700 largest clients, both on their impact on climate and biodiversity in the credit process, and we committed to finance 4 billion euros of projects and companies contributing directly to conservation and regeneration of the biodiversity. We had made biodiversity and sustainability a key of our strategic plan called GTS 2025, the S meaning sustainability and encompassing the 4 drivers for a just ecological transition: climate, biodiversity, circular economy, and social inclusion. Having such a plan will lead us to invest massively in the transformation of our data, our governance, our infrastructure, to make sure that taking biodiversity into account is part of the industrial process that leads to our decisions. Biodiversity will be a pillar of the trainings delivered by the Sustainability Academy we are creating for our 180,000 employees around the world. This explains the interest we had in creating the TNFD, and this explains why we invested 15 million euros in Nature Metrics, a startup that tracks biodiversity evolution by reading the trace of DNA left by the animals in the nature. And this explains also why we created with Iceberg Data Lab a consortium and with Iceberg Data Lab and with other financial institutions, a consortium to develop a tool enabling investors to measure the impact of their investments in terms of biodiversity. At BNP Paribas, we committed to provide financial services to our clients involved in the soy or beef value chain only if they are at 0 deforestation by 2025. The price to pay to make this commitment a real commitment and not a greenwashing announcement is to be able to source and use nature data as seriously as we have been using financial data over the last 200 years. It's an incredible challenge. It's probably a transformation as profound as the digital transformation. Of course, at the end of the day, this transformation will also lead to the creation of new asset classes. Investing in natural capital will be essential to close the 4 trillion financing gap for nature by 2050. And we are working hard to develop credits and bonds that links financing or debt restructuring to tangible outcomes from nature. We believe that in the long run, business opportunities are where the needs for the society are, and the need to save the nature has now become critical. It is not a question of preferring the nature to the profits, it's a question of preparing the future of our institutions and preferring long-term franchises to short-term gains. To get there, we need to continue to develop blended finance efforts where everyone starts from the problem, animals, trees, coral reefs, and plankton, and where corporates, governments, NGOs, and financial institutions take their part to develop sound ecosystems, both from an ecological and financial point of view. It's a demanding effort, but it makes our job much more interesting. When I started to work in the banking industry, I couldn't imagine that I could work with WWF, with the UN, with NGOs. It has completely changed my life, and it will probably change the life of a very large number of bankers. So it's a demanding effort, but it makes the job much more interesting, still complicated, but it will allow us to develop banks that we can explain to our children, and this is really important. So have a good panel, and thank you for your attention.
Merci bien, Antoine. That was a wonderful scene setter for this panel discussion today on finance for nature. It's such a pleasure to be here at the Building Bridges Summit. It's an event that's really become known around the world for bringing together the right people in the right place to work collaboratively toward our common goal of a sustainable financial system. And you know, we need a whole ecosystem just to build that, to make that happen across policymakers, regulators, NGOs, academia, development finance community, and of course, the private financial sector. And we're going to be talking a bit about that today. So such a rapidly growing focus on preserving natural capital as a priority for the financial sector. And you see this everywhere, from the build out of financial market instruments, so natural capital bonds, blue impact bonds, linking sovereign debt to nature and climate targets. So when governments are financing themselves, they take these targets into consideration, to reporting and disclosure, the work of the TNFD, and even financial regulation and policy making. And that's where the rubber meets the road, as it were. You're going to see a growing recognition of natural capital and biodiversity risk as financial risk, in the same way that climate risk has been clearly acknowledged to be a financial risk, and financial stability risk. So, you know, the IMF, World Bank, others doing lots of really important work on the risks associated, financial stability risks related to natural capital. So we have a wonderful group of speakers here today who's going to illustrate how all of this is happening in real life. But let me remind you, I have an iPad here, and we're expecting questions. We'll get to as many of them as we can. So please feel free to send them in. And Margaret, let me start with you, because you're certainly going to have thoughts on what Antoine was saying. It just feels like there's a lot of momentum on natural capital, biodiversity, what's really happening, and maybe you could illustrate some of the additional challenges that are faced by emerging and developing economies in this space.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to be here. Thanks for the organizers. I attended one of these before COVID. It's nice to be back again in Geneva live. Really appreciate it. One reflection on the comments that Antoine made. We frequently refer to the 1.5 degree target of the Paris Agreement as a science-based target, and that's for sure true, but what that really is a description of the kind of world that's amenable for humans to live. It's really a human-based target. And I think a lot of what we miss in the discussions about both climate and nature loss is the relationship between the kind of world that we want to live in, that we can live in, the services that nature provides, for example, to give us reliable growing patterns, reliable weather patterns. Those really reflect back on how we live our lives and the quality of our lives. So I think it's really important, while we talk about science-based targets, we talk about a lot, especially as WWF, the costs of losing biodiversity at the pace that we're losing biodiversity. We also have to keep in mind that what we're really talking about is the world around us, the world that we live in, and its impact both on our economies and on our lives. So we've seen a tremendous amount of progress on biodiversity, lots of realization of the interlinkages between biodiversity loss and our economies and our own lives, just as we've seen progress on climate, although I would say it's been a little bit slower. We have some hope with respect to the climate convention coming up in November. We really are looking forward to seeing ambition, so let's keep the 1.5 degree target alive. We're also looking forward to seeing action. We need this year to move from commitments. We've got some great commitments. I would say some of them even credible commitments, but now we need them to be delivered because we haven't seen, especially in the face of these macroeconomic headwinds, the pace of delivery that we need against that 1.5. To your question about the special challenges faced by developing and emerging markets, the climate impacts are hitting already. And the most vulnerable in the world, both on a geographic perspective and an economic perspective, are already being impacted by the rising temperatures, whether it's floods or droughts or storms, and increasing pace and increasing intensity. There's going to be a lot of focus at the Climate COP on those impacts and the need to increase funding for both loss and damage and adaptation, because countries, people, economies need to adapt now. The additional challenges we need to finance into the transition. We've seen a very slow uptake of the national commitments to fund transition, and the 100 billion that is frequently discussed is really a clear signal of commitment from the developed world to the developing world that must be met. And we're also looking forward to conversations about shrinking fiscal space, the other challenge in developing and emerging markets, in financing into that transition and including access to energy, while we are also reducing reliance on fossil fuels, will require the financial sector, both public and private, to really deliver for developing and emerging markets.
Well, thinking about that and looking at these many questions that have come in from the audience, thank you very much. Emma, I'm going to turn to you in a minute, but Margaret, I want to stay with you just for a minute to take one of these particular questions. And you mentioned, the targets that the financial sector needs to meet. The question is that COP15 is not delivering results, and so we need a Paris-style agreement for biodiversity, do you think? And will central banks step into the breach here?
That's a big question. So I would say we do clearly need from COP15, that's the conference of the parties, the 15th conference of the parties for the Convention on Biological Diversity. That it's chaired by China, hosted by Canada this year, will happen in early December in Montreal, where the Secretariat of the CBD, Convention on Biological Diversity, sits. We really need a clear commitment in that global biodiversity framework that's nested in that convention to halt and reverse nature loss and return to nature positive by 2030, fully restore nature by 2050. That's the framing equivalent of the 1.5 in the Paris Agreement, that clear North Star for policymakers, for financial decision makers, for corporate decision makers, in order to direct their attention, direct their investment. We clearly need that agreement reached in Montreal in December.
That's a very clear steer. Thank you for that. And Emma, I want to turn to you here in your role as Chief Sustainability Officer for Credit Suisse. Think of the role of the financial sector. How do you see this evolving in protecting natural capital and biodiversity? What are the key priorities? And then maybe if you could also incorporate a question here from the audience, and that is from Al Gore, in fact. Or so it says here. To what extent are voluntary disclosures actually becoming a legal liability in finance and in the corporate world?
Great. Well, thank you also for the second question, but I'll start with the first one. And I also just want to say it's a great pleasure to be here and really a fantastic conference and group of people here. Look, I think there is a clear realization that nature matters when it comes to business. And it is more complex, to a certain extent. If you think about climate, we talk about greenhouse gas emission, but in nature, you talk about water, you talk about ocean conservation, you talk about land conservation. And so obviously the topic of data is extremely important, as I'm sure we'll talk about. But there is that clear realization, and also how it hangs together not only with climate, but also with social issues, which is also extremely important as well. So that realization is there. Now, what it means for us as a financial institution is both the importance from a risk management perspective, how we run our own business, how we are deciding, on lending activities, those kind of things, having a clear understanding. And, as we learn more on this journey, making sure that we incorporate that into our risk management side of things. So that's part of it. But the other part, and I think we heard also from Antoine about the opportunity ahead of us. And if I think about many, clients and how they are thinking about this, there is a lot of interest in terms of nature. How can you invest in nature? What does it mean? It's not always that straightforward. But we are, along with many of our partners and, friends across the other financial institutions, thinking about what are the different things that we can do. One example, as you know, Sonia, is on the blended finance side. So we, for example, have been quite active in the blue bond space, where we have worked with MDBs and also philanthropic capital more recently to do, I think, some quite innovative and interesting transactions on conservation finance. But there's more we can do as a community, but clearly the opportunity is there. I think people see the importance of nature, the demand is there, and I think the challenge is to find scalable solutions for that demand that is out there. And now I will not forget about your second question. Look, I think voluntary versus non-voluntary commitments. My own view is that, in this space where things are quite complex and moving quite fast, I think it has been good to start with voluntary regulations. That was sort of a move from the industry, from many parts of the world economy, to really say, look, we've got to think about this because it's good for business and also, the right thing to do. But of course, as we evolve over time, we need to see how that evolves. This is something that will not be standing still. We need to see how things that have been done on a best efforts basis need to be adjusted going forward. But I think starting from a voluntary space, was not a bad thing.
As so often happens, a lot of the market-developed standards are later become part and parcel of financial regulation. But Vian, I want to bring you in here and also hit you with an audience question as well, since we have about 40 to get through. Thank you very much. We've been talking a lot about these challenges. Emma and Antoine both referenced data gaps and data challenges, and you, with the founder of Nature Alpha, what do you see as the biggest data gaps and challenges that complicate investments, and how are firms incorporating biodiversity and natural capital statistics into their investment decision making, which I think is a really interesting question.
Thank you so much for the question. And again, a thanks from me for being here, because I always say, like many of us in this room, I'm really a double agent. And what that really means is that for the last 15 years, my heart has been with nature and seeing it come into the financial world, having played both roles, been in finance and now financial technology, and now sitting in this room today in what could be called a super year for nature, we can talk about that in a moment, is just really an accelerated dream come true, which is that nature is starting to mainstream itself into financial decision making, and that's very, very real. This is not something that is happening in the future under a sort of voluntary disclosures place. This is real. So for example, the data gap. There isn't actually a data gap if we choose to look at the sort of approaches that someone like Al Gore has been recommending for years now, which is radical transparency. The difference is that now we have three things that have come together to make it possible. So we do have regulation coming into place. One specific piece of regulation, which is the EU's Sustainable Disclosure Financial Review, which is mandating that every financial institution who is selling an investment product into the EU discloses the diversity risk parameters of its investments and where those are located. That's really happening. So that data is there if you bring together the science community that have been working on this for years now, the NGO community who've been working tirelessly to bring to the fore this kind of information, and you bring together technology. So with regulation, then what comes is the idea of business taking on this mantle and needing to report. But finally, the piece around technology is the thing that catalyzes all this today. So whether it be the sorts of data we can reveal through geospatial information, satellite information, the work of the IUCN, WWF, TNFD is coming in place to framework these things. We had $6 trillion worth of assets under management represented, sitting around a table in the summer, understanding that this is happening. So it's very real, and the data is there to be able to disclose.
Well, it's kind of extraordinary the way you describe it, and maybe you've already answered this question, but I mean, one of the questions that the audience has raised is, when are we going to have financial data easily available at affordable cost at the company level to integrate into investment decision making?
Now.
Vian has it for you.
I do have it for you through Nature Alpha, yes. But we couldn't have done it without bringing together the science. So this is why we're double agents and translators. The communities, as you said, Margaret, have to come together so that we can bring this incredible information to the fore in a digestible format for financial institutions. So my view is that the data we have today can start to provide a screen on nature risk for individual companies, and it's a baseline. So we start today, and we can now start to understand, with the intervention of central banks, policymakers, with the alignment work that's going on, you'll see that come to the fore in the next quarter, with what comes out of COP15. This is a framework that's going to launch us into next year with scenarios, with alignments, with metrics, so that actually we can start to plan nature risk, biodiversity risk, into how we think about investments moving forward.
Yeah, that's a very clear answer there. And Margaret, let me come back to you here. I mean, you've said a few words about the call to answer. You answered the question about what central banks should do. But, you know, when central banks have inflation on their agenda, they've got, you know, geopolitical risks to deal with. Maybe you could say a bit more about why they should take this topic up and what they can do about these crises, as opposed to, you know, environmental regulators. And if you could maybe also include another audience question about how far are we from valuing natural capital in real terms? Are we able to accurately value it, what's holding it back, and what the Building Bridges community can do to help?
Yeah, thanks for both those questions. I think on the maybe I'll take the second one first, because it's a bit of a follow-on to the data question. When are we going to be able to value? I think not as soon as we need to, but a lot faster than we had expected. It's clear there's a significant price-value disconnect in the nature space that both drives the inability to reflect that into financial risk-taking and the inability to make good investments around nature, because essentially nature and the services it provides are free. We know that the value that they have is a lot greater than zero, but our system effectively treats the value as zero because the price is currently zero. So we're all sort of working at the margins of that problem, trying to figure out various ways to address that problem. To the question of the financial regulators, central banks, the relationship between climate change and nature loss, as Antoine mentioned, is closely interrelated. And it's not just about the fact that you need nature to get to 1.5. There's no possible way we can meet 1.5. Some of the models suggest about a third of the mitigation response to climate should come from nature, will come from nature. But as nature and its services further degrade and you don't have that 30% contribution, you need a significantly greater, faster adjustment in the energy sector, in the transportation sector, in the real estate sector, in order to still meet that 1.5. That window is really closing. You also, as nature degrades, lose the ability of nature to help you withstand the impacts of climate change. So our resilience goes down. In a simple example, you take away the mangroves, you can't manage storm surge. We've seen plenty of examples as hurricanes, for example, become much more impactful, that we have less of an ability to protect ourselves from the impacts of those hurricanes as we degrade nature. So that relationship, both on the mitigation end and on the adaptation and resilience end, mean that we are facing together a complex financial systems risk that no financial institution alone can address. And I think that the financial regulators have clearly seen that challenge. together with the Inspire Research Network, the Network for Greening the Financial System, or NGFS, just recently in the spring launched a report on the relationship between biodiversity loss and financial systems risk, and have called on financial regulators and central banks to better understand, take into account that risk. The NGFS now has a biodiversity task force. A sentence I never would have thought I would say had you asked me 5 years ago. This space is moving very quickly, and for good reason, because you can see this is a 5-year risk, this is a 10-year risk, this is no longer a 20-year risk that the financial system is facing.
Well, Emma, you know, Margaret's been talking about some of the challenges in valuation. And in addition to that, I mean, one of the biggest challenges is specifically around reporting, right? If you're going to scale up investment, you have to understand, you know, the impact of what you're doing. So what is, you know, your experience at Credit Suisse been with reporting on natural capital biodiversity, and what do you think about the TNFD guidelines? And from the audience, you know, you had mentioned earlier the opportunities side as well. How do we move away from just thinking about the risks that are associated with natural capital and biodiversity and focusing more on actual outcomes, measurable outcomes, I should say?
Yeah, I think on your first question, I mean, just to add on to what you were saying, I think that the pricing effectively of externalities is, you know, thinking as someone in the financial services, you know, we want to have efficient markets, we want to have clear information, and I think that's really the challenge that we have ahead of us, to really price those externalities correctly. And I mean, you know that from your work with the ICVCM. So I think carbon markets and also pricing nature correctly is really a challenge. And I think the TNFD, you know, the work that is being done is great, and I think really moving that forward, and also thinking about how we can do that in a way that is consistent, ideally, of course, globally. I know, you know, it's not perfect, it's not possible to have a perfect world, but, you know, to make the system as simple and easily understandable as possible, I think is in everyone's interest. And I think it really comes to the forefront, especially in nature, where there are so many things that are so important, and then to really start to understand what are the things that are material to your business, right? And that will depend on what business you're in. So really thinking about what are the key metrics that matter, and then measuring against those, and, you know, all of us holding each other accountable for those. So moving then forward to the second part of your question on the opportunities, I think what is needed is actual transactions, examples of how we actually can do things. And so at the moment, you know, there's a lot of interesting innovation going on, I think, across the industry. I mentioned some of those things earlier, you know, from our side, for example, blue bonds. But I really do see the demand there. I mean, I give another example. You know, we actually started doing a conservation finance conference 9 years ago. And at that time, you know, I think it was, you know, a few people turning up, you know, to listen. And now, you know, as the years went on, I actually went now for the first time in my new role this year to the conference, and my colleagues can correct me, but I think we had over 1,000 people actually joining it there and virtually. So really, you know, a lot of people interested, a lot of investors interested in understanding the space better, understanding the reporting, understanding what metrics are material, and also thinking about what opportunities are out there. So I think what we need to do as a financial services industry is really to innovate, to try new things, to work with the MDBs. I think that's going to be a key part of it on the blended finance side, to really get that model working well. And then, you know, prove that it can be done, you know, transaction by transaction.
You know, and that actually, I think, pretty much answers another question we've had from the audience, which is on, you know, you manage what you measure. And so this disclosure is not just disclosure per se, but also a decision-making tool. You'd agree with that, I gather.
Look, I mean, I think it's important to understand the data. And of course, I mean, what's the point of having good data? I think the point of having good data is then to think about what that means and take then action on the back of that. So again, going back, very important to have important data, and again, in nature, very important to really understand what are the key material things relevant for each of your businesses. Margaret?
Yeah, I'd like to comment on that too. I think reflecting back on the experience of the TCFD recommendations, when the financial institutions first started piloting the recommended framework of the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosure, what they found was they didn't necessarily have the data in the right way in order to answer the questions. That discovery process helped financial institutions better understand the risks that they were exposed to and then better manage those risks. I think there's a lot of value in that discovery process that we sometimes underestimate when we're thinking through to the outcome of both having the framework in place and then having the reporting against the framework, is that internal understanding within the financial institution of that set of risks. I think we're going to see that same thing on the Task Force for Nature-Related Financial Disclosure, because that's a whole new set of data and information, starting fundamentally with where your assets are located, that makes you think, both as a risk officer and as a product officer, frankly, in a financial institution, differently about the information you have, the information you need, and that increases the demand then from the corporates for better information disclosure. And I think, just to wrap to the question earlier on mandatory, it can't eventually work unless it's mandatory disclosure, because there are too many institutions who will not disclose. And it's great to have commitments, it's great to have leaders, it's great to have testing to make sure that the framework works. But ultimately, in order to get the full information for financial regulators, for civil society, for citizens in a political process to see the risks that are available, you've got to have mandatory disclosure.
May I just
Well, there you
reflect just a real life example of this. So I have several hats. One of them is Group Head of Sustainability at FNZ. It's a $1.5 trillion wealth tech platform. We did an analysis of the top 1,000 companies in the UK market. We looked at every single annual general meeting question coming up around sustainability, because this is the kind of thing we can now deliver to every single person who is using a financial platform globally. So you and I, if we care about climate or nature, we can actually deliver you insights on your portfolio that give you the lens of how your portfolio is acting on those things. So the other thing we can do is give you the ability to cast a poll, have your say on the annual general meeting questions that are coming up. So we did an analysis of these questions. 2021 AGM questions. How often did nature come up? Once. Okay. The point being that as the TNFD, as SFDR, as the central banking framework and policymakers start to think about this, what starts to happen is investors in companies start to ask questions of the company. They start to engage, they use their stewardship ability, they use their proxy voting ability to say, nature's on the agenda, can you help me understand what you're doing? And that generally will translate to a CEO within a company wanting to understand this, wanting to understand how to react. And so there's so much in what you've both said that I think is exciting, and we now have the technology, both on the data side, but also in the citizen engagement side, to make this very real, which is why I think this really is a catalytic moment for nature as a mainstream part of what we're all doing.
Well, it's tremendously well put, and you've mentioned the two biggest levers, right? So demand actually from end investors, from individual people who want to put their money to work in protection of natural capital. And of course, Margaret brought up the M word, the mandatory word, the whole regulatory complex, and the biggest lever of all. So maybe you could share your views on how that's evolving, and what are the regulators going to want to focus on in this space?
Well, in terms of the mandatory disclosures, I think one thing we probably should remember is that disclosure alone isn't going to solve it, but it's a really, really good step. So it helps us understand, okay, how do I start to think about this? In TNFD, you're asked to think about the material impacts of your business. The regulator is already mandating some disclosures in the EU. This is probably going to be replicated by the UK, possibly going to move into different markets as an example. I think it's incredibly exciting from the perspective of having leaders like all of you in this room thinking about this issue, even asking the question. I was with one of the largest investment banks in the US the other day, and a good friend of mine runs the ESG research capability, and he said, I've got 600 traders here, I've got 600 equity analysts. What on earth should I say to them about biodiversity? I mean, seriously, I said, well, shall we just start with the questions you might need to ask your company or think about the company? So there are a few versions of this. First of all, there's things like the science-based targets, mitigation hierarchy. Have you thought about biodiversity? Do you have any kind of policy? Do you have any kind of targets? If you have an impact, what do you think you might do about that? Do you have a plan? And then that's going to be reflected in IUCN's version of what nature positive could be, which we'll see being launched in the next month. Same thing. Where are you on biodiversity? Is it material to your business? Where is it material? Which locations? We can reveal that through the geospatial information I shared with you. Just a simple set of questions on day one, I think, could be a very powerful move on everyone's part to move this forward.
Indeed, and just staying with the kind of whole disclosure topic, it kind of fits into the area of certification and standards, and that's Mr. Gore is back with us, apparently, with another question here. Are certifications enough to meet sustainability claims? And on a related note, I think, what do you do about companies that don't disclose publicly? So how can you assess impact there? Maybe think about those questions. You want to start?
Yeah, I love the second question in particular because we like to think about how you address biodiversity concerns by looking at leaders, followers, and laggards. And you can't pick up the laggards without regulation. And it's frequently in the leader's interest to push for regulation to get the laggards to come along as well. I think on the first question of certifications, are they enough? I think they're a good start. And I think a lot of in particular, the environmental certification programs that many of you would be aware of, the FSC, the RSPO, lots of acronyms. I could even spell them out. If you're interested, they were a very good start at figuring out supply chains in particular, because on nature-related issues and in climate, but especially on nature-related issues, understanding your supply chain, where your products come from, how they're sourced, not just where they're sourced, is really a critical component to figure out what the risks are. And many of those environmental certification programs put in place processes for learning about the supply chain risks within the supply chain. I think that was a great start, and a lot of that learning and experience is coming into, for example, the TNFD framework with the LEAP, the framework that enables corporates and financial institutions even now to start to examine where their assets are located, to evaluate the risks, assess the implications, and plan around those risks. So I think certification programs were a great start, but unless you get to the mandatory disclosure, again, to the mandatory requirements, you can't pick up the laggards where we might actually be seeing significant amount of damage happening.
It does raise an issue which I don't think we really have scope for today, but the risks of fragmentation across the regulatory and policy landscape. I mean, it is a real challenge to scaling sustainable finance if you have one approach in my home region of the United States and one approach elsewhere. And if forward-looking jurisdictions are moving ahead very quickly, it can make it challenging for global financial firms. But Emma, maybe you could tackle another question from our audience here, which is two words that we use a lot: actionable and scalable. This one's on scalable. Where are the scalable solutions, the big ones, the big answers in biodiversity and natural capital?
Well, I mean, maybe first I just want to make a comment on what Vian said, because I do think there's a lot to be said about, exactly as you say, you had the example of the trader who was saying, what should I tell my 600 people? thinking about having, a statement on biodiversity, also thinking about how we are educating ourselves as well. Antoine mentioned that as well, Sustainability Academy. That's something that I also think is extremely important. And I think you do that in stages. You can't go from A to Z in one day, but really starting to think about who in the organization needs to know what to do their job well and to serve clients well is really, really important. And I think that's a journey, but I think it's a really, really important thing. So I wanted to make that point. And now I've forgotten your second question, Sonia. You'll have to repeat it, I'm afraid.
The scalables.
The scalable solutions, right. Okay. So, well, if I had all the answers, that would be great. But what I can say, what I see now, if I think about some of the, recent transactions done, I think if we can get the working relationship with the MDBs across the board into a place where we can have more scalable solutions, I really think that is something with a lot of opportunity. A lot of people are talking about that. I think there is already really good work going on, multiple transactions, but I really think that is a really interesting opportunity.
Wonderful. Well, I wish we had more time, and we didn't even get to half of the questions. And I want to compliment this audience for a fantastic job in sending us interesting ideas to discuss. So, Emma, Margaret, Fian, thank you so much for being with us, and thank you to Antoine for the great scene setting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was really a very interesting panel. Thank you very much, Sonia Gibbs, also for moderating. Thank you. Yes, time flies, and we have so many more panels and conversations, so we need to do a cut here. Now, a country's potential long-term economic growth is dependent on its competitiveness, political stability, the quality of its institutions, fiscal and monetary policy, and the impact of climate change. So, integrating ESG factors into the investment decision process sounds like a sound financial analysis. Our next panel will talk about innovation in sovereign debt management, and I'd like to ask the panelists to get ready to come up on stage, maybe on that side. Marie-Thérèse Barton, Head of Emerging Debt at Pictet Asset Management. Beatriz Weder Di Mauro, President, Center for Economic Policy Research. Marcelo Di Moura Estevão Filho, Global Director, Macroeconomics, Trade and Investment Global Practice at the World Bank. And this panel is being moderated by Ugo Panizza, Professor of International Economics, the Geneva Graduate Institute. And again, you can send in your questions via the QR code on Slido. You find it on the screen later on, so the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. So part of the issues that we're going to discuss now have been already mentioned in the previous panel, the limited fiscal capacity, the issue of growing sovereign debt. So we're going to go a little bit deeper into this with Marie-Thérèse, Beatrice, and Marcello. So there are two things going on: climate change. So this is, we all know about it. At the same time, countries everywhere, advanced and developing economies, have very, very high levels of sovereign debt. Before the COVID pandemic, the debt sustainability analysis that you ran together with the IMF told us that about 40% of low-income countries were at high risk of debt distress or in debt distress. Then we had the COVID pandemic. Then we had, war in Ukraine, with the invasion in Ukraine, with increasing commodity prices, tightening by the major central bank, and now I think you're classifying about 60% of country high risk of distress. At the same time, we have this the climate change problem, which I used to think about it as a long-term program. Then we made some calculation with Beatrice, and we say we have a remaining carbon budget of 220 gigatons. We're putting in the atmosphere 40 gigatons a year, so that makes 5.5 years, so not very much long-term. So let me start with Beatrice. So Beatrice, do you see there is a way to, there is some silver bullet to address these two problems together, the debt problem and the climate problem?
Well, Ugo, you know my answer to that because we wrote it together, in fact, in a report which was published yesterday called Climate and Debt. We are colleagues also at the Graduate Institute, and this is an issue that that actually we were thinking about for a while. We both have been doing a lot of work on sovereign debt in the past and sovereign debt crisis, etc. And if I may, just a little transgression or, making a little bit stronger your point on how pressing this is. I have personally, for the last at least 15 years, been somehow engaged in ESG, mostly at board levels, and seen the emergence of this topic, ESG, going from the fringes into really the not only mainstream but highest level attention of boards, of CEOs, etc., both in financial institutions and outside financial institutions. But what I didn't realize for the longest time, and this actually came quite as a shock to me, is the numbers that Ugo was mentioning. I did not realize how little time we have left. And we all had actually, we have heard of greenhouse gases, we have heard of this emergency, we've seen Greta being angry, but I had not really fully realized that we have about 300 gigatons of CO2 left in emissions, and that's it. I actually, right yesterday, in my class, was talking about these numbers. We've already put out there 2,400 gigatons. They're still there because they're not coming down. We're putting up about 40 again every year, and we only have 300 left. And I saw one of my students looking at me and said, that can't be right. And afterwards, what do we do after the 300? Is this by 2050? Is this per year? No, it's not. That's it forever. So, when that sinks really in, you do realize that a lot of what we have been talking about for such a long time is absolutely critical now. And therefore, yes, the planetary climate crisis that we have been talking about, I'm a little bit on the side of the economist, in fact, focus on the E, focus on the emissions, because that's where we need to act right away now. So on this planetary scale of the climate crisis, there are a lot of things that have to do with going back to the link to debt. But there, when we're talking about bringing down existing emissions, it's about financing the transition to net zero, and there everybody is at the moment sort of, coming up with even bigger numbers. I think there's a little competition going on. I think Sergio announced yesterday that they will come up with more than 200 trillions, which is more or less what McKinsey has been posting as a cost of managing this transition. But of course, that's not all. When we look more at the emerging markets, and when we look at where the biggest impact of changing climate is already baked in, and I think we can assume that we are not really going to get to the 1.5. So how much more are they needing in adaptation investment? Because that becomes then the issue. And who is going to finance that? Can they finance it out of their own budgets and limited fiscal space? Probably not. And then a third dimension is the one that we were talking about before, but thinking about the conservation as nature is one of the great carbon sinks, which we are degrading, but there are also other carbon sinks that we have not exploited yet, and they tend to be in poorer countries. What are we telling them? That, leave your gas and oil in the ground because we need to move to net zero? I don't think that is really what they are thinking. And a lot of the oil is not in the hands of the net zero committed large energy companies. It's in the hands of nationally owned energy companies. So there are several dimensions of the climate crisis itself that require financing, and a lot of it that I have mentioned, especially in the mitigation, in the conservation, but also in the adaptation space, will require financing, which essentially, you know, if we want to use those big words, global north to global south, it's not quite true. There is also an east-west dimension in these flows that will need to happen. And then the question is, add to that what you mentioned, that already more than 50% of low-income countries are at moderate or high level of debt distress. And you know, then you can go like, oh, let's despair. Because how is this ever going to be possible? So let me offer first a solution, which is actually the one we discuss also in this report. So this is the economist Greenfield, and I, by the way, noticed that a lot of women are wearing green these days. So, yes, Greenfield economics works this way. We basically, let's assume we have the power to solve the problem. How would we, if we had this power, actually do it? So try to find the right solution first. And then I would suggest that the starting point is the 300 gigatons. How do we allocate those 300 gigatons, if we had this power across the world, and give the property rights to emit these remaining 300 gigatons, and then after that we trade. So I've just created a huge global carbon market, if you noticed. But by a question, starting for the question, who actually has the right to emit? Is it the ones that are already emitting a lot? Us? You know, who go like, okay, we emit a little bit less. Or is it the ones that have emitted very little in their history? So again, you know, it's us plus now also China and India, which already have a climate debt in the sense of past emissions. They've already eaten a big part of the pie. Or is it, and should it also be, the future, those that sort of can provide conservation more easily than others? Some have, you know, some have oil to dig out. Do we have to compensate them if they don't? Those are the basic questions to start with. If we start from the point of view, we have 300 gigatons left, and a global carbon market of this sort that, you know, combine somehow those three criteria: past emissions, current emissions, and future, that would be the greenfield solution. Are we going to get it? No, I have no hope at all, but I think it is still a good way to start thinking about it. What would we do if we could? Now, what can we do if we can't? If we don't have the power to do the right solution? Well, then we are already in the area of where everything is small. Debt for climate is one of the instruments we looked at. They are, you know, beautifully crafted. Belize, now, you know, there are going to be other examples of where you can actually protect a reef and at the same time reduce the debt of Belize by half in one go. Beautiful, but Belize is small and it's not going to matter on the global scale. I am more skeptical than the last panel was on the scaling. I don't see really how we are going to get major scaling unless you provide it. In fact, I think you were already being asked to provide it. So sorry if I went too long.
Okay, no, perfect. And thanks for advertising our report. So it just came out yesterday. It's called Debt and Climate. You can download it from the CEPR website. Marcelo, there are many questions, by the way, coming on this iPad. And so I'm going to pick from some of these questions. So there are many questions and many comments that basically say, can we just cancel the debt and ask for some environmental commitment? And then we have a bunch of questions about green bonds. So let me ask the canceling the debt to Marcelo, and then we'll go to Mary-Therese about the green bonds.
Thank you. No, thanks so much, and thanks for the invitation to be here. It's a great event. I see many, many friends from other parts of my life. So I would say that the debt issue has been a major agenda for all of us. We have been working on different aspects on how to deal with the debt crisis that we see around the world. By the way, we do not see a global debt crisis because the big emerging market countries are not there. No, knock on wood. But we see a lot of country cases with very serious debt situation. Then our number of the 60% of the poorest country, so that includes low middle income countries and low income countries at a high risk of debt distress or in debt distress. So we are quite concerned about the situation. There have been many initiatives to deal with that. We asked the G20 to do the debt service suspension initiative, which has provided about $13 billion of respite, temporary, for those countries among, there's about 73 countries in the lower part of the income distribution. So that has been good. That has been like a short-term respite. We are working to make sure that the common framework for dealing with debt issues in those countries are perform more efficiently. Maybe that's the best way of putting it. We can talk about that if there is time. So we are doing a ton of stuff on that. Now, we are extremely concerned about the climate crisis. We agree with the warnings that Beatriz has just made. And the complication for us is to put the two together. I think it's quite intuitive, and I got many questions like, there's a debt crisis, there is a climate crisis, I have a solution for you. I mean, I wish things were that easy. Because first, there is the issue of what Beatriz mentioned, of we need like some kind of divine coincidence that countries that would actually make a dent on the climate crisis would happen to be the countries that also have big debt, foreign debt issues, and that's not the case. The countries that make the biggest dent are Americans, like us, Europeans, like many of you. Those are the countries that make the real big dent on the stock. Well, they already contribute tremendously to the stock of greenhouse gas emissions to the atmosphere. So, and we do not have external debt to be renegotiated. The countries that are in crisis, the countries like Chad, Zambia, Sri Lanka, Lebanon, those countries emit very, very, very little. So, so think about to solve the stock problems by this swap is just not going to make a dent there. So our strategy has been in terms of the climate finance, and we can talk more about the details why that wouldn't work in the scale, because, given what was discussed in the past panel. We are doing a ton of stuff on climate finance. We are ramping up not just knowledge production on how to do that, or including in terms of helping countries with technical assistance on, pay attention to not having, say, stranded assets. So you better, if you're a poor country, you better not invest now on producing energy using coal, because that's a technology that is bad for the environment and is bad for their own country economic development, because that's technology that is going to be obsolete very soon. So we are doing tons of stuff like that. We are also very active on financing programs, but the World Bank cannot do this by itself. I have here some numbers. For instance, in the last fiscal year that at the World Bank is from July 1st to June 30th, we provided a record $115 billion in new financing to our clients. Roughly $38 billion of that went to the poorest IDA countries, and $32 billion, all these are record numbers, went to help countries tackle climate change. 32 billion, that's nothing. So we do need, and we are working on the World Bank being more of a catalyzer of operations, of making sure that we see places where there is market failure and we can help, maybe through some guarantee programs. And there's no way the World Bank has the balance sheet to deal with that by itself. So I think that's the key challenge. I would separate a bit the climate and debt agenda. We need severe, big, decisive debt restructuring for many of those countries, which hopefully will open enough fiscal space for them to act on climate. By the way, I've had meetings like that, also on swaps of education for that, or health for that. I just had yesterday. So as you can see, there are many demands on that instrument, that restructuring. So I think we better keep them separate. Thanks.
Thank you, Marcello. So now let's go to the other big topic of which I'm getting a lot of questions. And so a lot of question about this, the potential of this market for green sovereign bond. And let me add a little bit of a question on top. So there is, well, now with tightening of interest rate, there is condition might become a bit more difficult. We were talking yesterday with Marcello, he doesn't see a generalized crisis, but clearly some countries will be facing difficulties. So from your own perspective as an investor, as somebody who talks with issuer, so number one, how do you see the situation, linked to this change in interest rate? And do you see, is there any link with the way forward with the ability to, or the willingness to issue more of this type of green sovereign bonds? Is this an opportunity, a challenge, or it's irrelevant?
Okay, thank you, Ugo. In 20 years of investing in EM sovereign bonds, I haven't seen such a structural shift in how EM governments are now coming to market. So last year, close to 20% of EM sovereign issuance was in ESG labeled bonds. That's green bonds, that's also social bonds. Now this year it's been far less, obviously given tighter financing conditions, countries, particularly lower income countries, haven't been able to come to market. But it's a huge shift since the invent of Brady bonds. This is the biggest change we've seen. And I think it's really important in how practitioners such as myself and my team are accessing emerging sovereign debt for our end investors. That's the largest asset allocators, pension funds, sovereign wealth funds. And they're asking us for questions is how are we responding to this? And we're having to respond to this because our toolkit has changed. So now green bonds are now part of our mainstream indices, which are 500 billion in total. Sovereign bonds are 40% of the global fixed income market. It's huge. So I know we hear a lot about companies and the data, but actually if we could start to have engagement from sovereign bond investors on many of these issues, it could really start to move a needle. Because we are active managers, so we don't just buy a bond and then not engage or discuss or have a dialogue with a government. We have an ongoing relationship with the debt management officers. So when they issue these green bonds or social bonds, then we can discuss in terms of the green bond frameworks, the sustainability bond frameworks, and actually think about how these fit into longer-term sustainable outcomes. In addition, what's really changed over the last few years is the maturity profile of the debt the countries are issuing. So it's not uncommon, well it was a couple of years ago, to see even low and middle income countries issuing debt for 30 years, 50 years, and we've even seen a 100-year paper. So if we're doing that, it makes sense that we start to consider the climate outcomes. But we don't yet have the infrastructure to be dealing with that. And that is really a challenge to credit rating agencies, to consultants as well, in terms of building the ecosystem and the infrastructure to allow us to do that. But it's a very real thing. We're seeing increased issuance in these areas. In fact, green bonds, ESG labeled bonds, are now 11% of emerging debt outstanding, and I think that's only going to increase. So lots of very interesting developments, and we're having to respond to that, and that's why I think it's meaningful. And it's always good to have a little bit of debate on a panel, but I, in fact, disagreed with the Economist article about it's all about the E. And I think, Margaret, you picked up on this as well. It's actually about human-based targets. And particularly as we move along to COP27 and a just transition, we're not going to bring emerging markets along if we're just talking about the E. It is also about social capital, human capital, the education. And I think the COVID crisis really shone a light on that as well. So I think it has to be really holistic. And in fact, we've seen Uruguay actually launch their first KPI SDG linked bond. So speaking to my colleagues just the other day, where we're going to have a step up and a step down coupon linked to 2 KPIs on carbon emissions, but also interestingly about nature loss as well. And this is a really important initiative. And we saw Chile come up with the first SDG linked bond earlier this year in March. So huge innovation. And often you think emerging markets are the ones which are following, but in fact, emerging markets are leading because they do need the need for this finance. And importantly as well, it's perhaps more long-term in nature as finance as well, because unfortunately for emerging markets, a lot of the capital is quite volatile, quite short-term. But if we're actually focusing on a longer term and can link into these inflows from regulator and client demand, this can start to be part of the solution. Now, obviously, you're a lot more attuned to the degree of the crisis we're in, but we're seeing the needle significantly shift. And as an emerging debt manager, I'm having to respond to that. So definitely, I think it's a trend that's going to continue. And active managers, emerging bond managers, is going to be part of our toolkit and something we're going to have to integrate.
Thank you very much. So I have tons of questions now. It's very hard. So I'm going to throw you a few questions, and you're going to pick and choose. So So there is a fundamental issue, and I think it's related to a little bit what you were saying, Marie-Therese. There is a fundamental issue of fairness here, right? And we struggle quite a bit when thinking about this issue. So some people say, look, you guys, you're rich, and you became rich by, pumping oil and putting a lot of carbon in the atmosphere, and now we have a bunch of poor countries, and now you tell us, you cannot pump oil, and you cannot. So this is a basic important issue of fairness, right? So how do we think about it? Linked to sovereign bonds, to green bonds. So there's this issue of the greenium. So people talk a lot about this, but then when you look at the difference between yields on sovereign bonds and yields on conventional bonds, on sovereign green bonds and conventional bonds, you don't see much of a difference in yield, even though in our research we found something which is interesting, which is linked to what you just said, Marie-Therese. We see some more of a big difference on longer-term bonds. So maybe longer-term investors care more about this. This is interesting. And the third question that is coming on, now I click something, this thing disappeared, but I remember it, is a little bit the issue of contingent debt. So why don't you see more debt whose payments are linked to outcome that could be GDP, but could be natural disaster, could be all this sorts of. So why don't see enough of this type of debt? So I let you pick whatever question. So maybe we'll start with Beatrice to follow the.
Yeah, sure, Ugo. Happy to start, but I did want to just clarify that I have nothing against the S at all, for sure not. I spent most of my time as a researcher and a policy advisor in the more distant past, thinking about growth and poverty. So S is not a new discovery. For some reason in the ESG debate, it seems to be discovered now. And we go like, oh, we actually need to bring along the humans. Of course we need to, but it is even less clear how exactly we are going to do this with the large-scale financing from private sources that we are talking about needing here. So the measurement, issues are even worse there, and the experiments that are around are extremely good. I mean, I'm thinking of education, impact bonds that are really have a huge apparatus behind it to actually measure the impact. They're fantastic, but they're small, they're tiny. So I think we do actually always also talk about scale. I mean, our words cannot come without numbers. How much are you actually doing? And you said, yes, on the green bond, no? More and more emerging markets are emitting green bonds. Well, that's great. That's great. But is the green actually leading to change? Does it have the impact that, and there, unfortunately for sovereign bonds, it's not so clear that you can, at the moment, link the label green to impact in all cases. Well, in fact, in some, and this is another thing that we know we looked at in this report, in some countries, they are not even allowed to compartmentalize the funding that they get for green bonds for specific projects. Because everything goes into the budget. So in other words, you may be financing the green things with the green bonds, but you're also financing the rest that you were going to do just with normal bonds. So the fact that this is having, that green bonds translate into green impact is not really, is not super clear yet. So that brings me to the contingent ones. And that there, I think we have a chance, right? If we have some kind of sustainability-linked bonds, both for E and for S, but the challenge there is the scaling and very often also the de-risking, where again, people are looking for the public sector to essentially take the risk, right? So you need a substantial amount of the public sector tranche to guarantee those things.
Maybe I jump here. To give you the words. So far, we have many of these green sovereign bonds, which were, I agree with Beatrice, were a bit skeptical. The sustainability-linked bond were much more optimistic, and Marie-Thérèse was telling me, so far there is only one in Chile. Marie-Thérèse was telling me that there is something new coming on there, right?
Uruguay is coming as well. But I'd like to challenge this idea that we just passively buy this paper, this green bond paper. We don't. But there has to be engagement. So as a bond investor, countries are continually, the rollover of their debt. We have an ongoing engagement with the Debt Management Office, with the Treasury. There are a huge amount of collaborative initiatives happening among my peers in the emerging debt universe, where we do discuss the credibility of the green bond frameworks. And in terms of those green bonds, actually look to have the reporting and the transparency come through. So as an active manager, when an investor looks through our portfolio holdings, I want to have a reason why I hold a green bond versus a conventional bond. I'm not saying they're perfect in terms, far from perfect in terms of understanding impact and measurement of impact, but I think they're in a really important first step in terms of building out that narrative and working with multilaterals and the World Bank Group, who've been working on the green bond frameworks with Egypt and the other emerging markets as well. It's a really important first step. And I am seeing light in the end of the tunnel in terms of impact as well. So we have these KPI linked bonds as well, but I also fear we're slightly in danger of having an alphabet soup in terms of all these different ESG labeled bonds that are coming to market and kind of overwhelming managers such as ourselves and really not being able to really differentiate. But I think one of the most interesting initiatives I've seen is actually from the sell side, from the investment banks, who are now building out development finance institutes within their syndicate desks. So part of their offering now, when they are pitching their services to a sovereign or a corporate or a quasi-sovereign who's coming to market, is we want to put impact measurement even in your conventional paper as well, linked to SDGs. And there's very much a cross-working group among investment banks and asset managers such as ourselves to try and make that a reality. So in the end, if it's green bond, social bond, KPI linked, actually, if we can change the narrative and the language within the industry, so we actually have impact within conventional paper, that for me is going to be the game changer.
Super. Marcelo, I know I would like you, of course you can talk about whatever you want, but I would like you to say something specifically about contingent debt instrument behind sustainability-linked bonds, so catastrophe bonds, this type of issues.
Thank you. I would touch that. Let me just go back to the issue of burden sharing. And I would say that economic development is the best medicine against climate risks. Certainly on the adaptation side, what we see, the developing countries are much more vulnerable to this change in climate than developed economies. They simply do not have the resources to deal with the results of us being ineffective, in particular in the catastrophe scenario that Beatrice mentioned. So we are quite concerned about adaptation. I think the focus of the World Bank should be on adaptation because we deal with developing countries, and also helping those countries to achieve higher growth, economic growth, in a way that is not, of course, deleterious to the climate agenda. So we need to think about sustainable growth for those countries as well. So the issue of burden sharing is quite important. Rich countries have all the means to deal with climate change, all the means. The US is the largest producer of oil in the world. And European countries are, Norway is a great oil producer. I mean, all those countries continue to pump oil from the ground. So I think the international community does not have the moral grounds to ask countries like Chad to not do the same. So that's very clear. It's certainly my position, but it's the position of the World Bank. That is, we are a development institution, and we think development is the best way to deal with climate risks, and we are completely 100% in the climate agenda, including us trying to be catalyzers of change here. All our operations have now climate aspects to it, and we are doing the most we can, but we do need the help of the richer countries in the world to actually contribute to stop emitting greenhouse gases to the atmosphere. Now, talk to the medium voter about that. I'm not saying it's easy or it's going to happen, but that's how you do effect changes, because you do see those rich countries, they do have the ability to deal with the climate risks, while the poorer countries do not. They need to develop to be able to deal with that. On contingent debt, there's a whole work on that. Actually, there's a G7 working group that is thinking about what to do with new debt contracts. When it comes to GDP index debt, I think there is sometimes a better chance of something getting done. There is a bit of a puzzle. Why hasn't been adopted so far? We wrote 20 years ago about that. I think there is an issue of verifiability. There is an issue, certainly with inflation data. Sometimes countries do not publish, say, credible inflation data. There is a risk that investors see as having this contingent debt, and then statistical agencies for countries with bad governance to manipulate the data such that they would pay less in terms of that service. So we need to deal with that. I think the World Bank has a role on being kind of a standard setter there, and there's a lot of collaboration with the private sector thinking about this, how to design those contracts. Again, this is an agenda for the future. Let's make it very clear. It's very hard to open up that contracts and then introduce contingency after they have already been written and loan has been disbursed. So I'm quite in the middle of the discussion what to do with the debt stock. And also we need to think about how to write new contracts going forward. And I think the contingent part is really important. Just to end, concessional lending and grants are incredibly important for the climate financing. And we are, again, ramping up our ability to do so at the World Bank. But like I said before, no one institution has a balance sheet to deal with the problem. So I think contributions from donors, the shareholders of the World Bank, and the continued, let's call incentivizing that you all do in the board of our institutions is fundamental. So that this type of meeting, this type of discussion, and continue pressure for multilateral development banks to increase the amount of concessional financing for countries to deal either with the consequence of climate change or having a development process that is sustainable is incredibly important. But again, those banks cannot do by themselves, for sure. Thanks.
So we have many other questions here. There is one from Andre Hoffman, which is again related. I would have a great big deal in exchanging that for commitment. So I saw that Marcello was a bit skeptical on this, but more in general. So we have 5 minutes. So 3 words that I keep hearing, and the previous session and also this session. So we need 3 things, right? We need something which is scalable or effective. We need something which is politically feasible, and we want something which is fair. So right, so we have these 3. The solution needs to include these 3 things, and a little bit like in economics, we have this impossible trinity. Right? So 2 of them I can think of solution in which we get to this objective easily. So I can think something which is scalable and fair, or something which is scalable and politically feasible and unfair. So, and so that's what it gives me a lot of anxiety, right? That I don't see. So maybe let's start with Marie-Thérèse, if each of you could give a quick reaction to this.
Scalable, fair, and the third was?
Politically feasible.
Politically feasible. The impossible trinity, goodness. I suppose okay, what's my pitch? My pitch would be, my asset class is 36 trillion in size. And increasingly from regulation, we've heard about SFDR, from demands from asset allocators, from both sides of the Atlantic. I was in the States just a couple of weeks ago, and ESG and sustainability and responsible investment, I was on the coastal borders, but was very much high at the top of the agenda, is we have a great platform to be discussing this with policymakers and debt management officers, and the conversation is underway already. And we're already seeing that in terms of 20% of issuance in this space being an ESG labeled last year, 10% of overall outstanding already being an ESG labeled, and a conversation already moving forward to talk about impact and how we think about SDGs. I mean, SDGs and sovereign bonds, surely it's a match made in heaven, talking about trinities, etc. Now, in terms of what we need to do, there needs to be an improvement in infrastructure more broadly, as I mentioned, from credit rating agencies to investment consultants, and then to data, where we'd need the help for multilaterals. When I first started my career 20 years ago, I had these big blue books of IMF data that I'd have to leaf through to get the data for emerging countries. Now it's at the tap of my fingertip on Bloomberg. So I'm hopeful. I'm an optimist because I invest in emerging markets. I have to be an optimist. But I think we've seen enough change and enough direction and enough willingness, I think, and maybe not in time in terms of the seriousness of the issue, but I think we've seen a real structural shift in how investors want to access this market and speak to emerging sovereigns about these long-term sustainable issues.
I don't have a solution for all those three. I have three solutions that don't fulfill them all. I would say on what I would do right away, where I would concentrate really the forces of the financial power that is in this room and abroad and beyond, is really in the nature conservation, and if possible linking it with that. Good if we can link it with that, but as you said, the match may not always be there. Sometimes it will be better to have a grant than somehow a debt restructuring cum climate ad. So go for the nature conservation, but at the same time, the problem is, so that will not be scalable, I'm afraid. That will be a lot of small things, but we should do more of them than maybe achieve scale through quantity. But so you're not getting at the end something that you can sell to the pension funds, because it's not a standardized product that can be structured. I'm afraid that's too far, that's a step too far. But the second thing that I would do is I would, and I have been actually saying this to NGFS, how about we take 10% of all the people thinking about measurement right now in all its dimensions and put them into thinking about how to create a global carbon market? Because I assure you nobody is thinking about it. It is, in those terms that I try to talk about it, nobody is thinking about it, because everybody goes like, oh, it's impossible, let's not even think about it. So, take some of the brain power that is now invested and the social capital, the human capital that is invested right now in talking and defining ESG and putting that into, designing a global carbon market. Even if it doesn't happen after that, at least we would have a design. And the last thing I would do is I would put on every clock in every station in Switzerland, and I think also on every clock, on every watch, I would put the countdown from the 300. So why don't we start? There are these clocks in Germany, they measure, the debt. Every second the debt goes up. So how about we start the countdown from the 300 gigatons that we have left until we reach the 1.5?
So we don't have much time. So let me just say, we can get a lot of scale through policy changes. We haven't been talking about policy changes here. We have been talking about financing. And one of the ways that you finance a country's climate agenda is through carbon taxes, for instance. That has an impact on the problem itself because you're changing people's behavior. So first thing is making sure that we are all doing the right thing. Carbon emission is priced right, okay? So see what's happening right now. Oil price went to the roof, and we see several countries, several European countries introducing caps for political reasons, which I understand. You know, it's hard for some families to have such a high oil bill. I think that's a mistake. You shouldn't do that. You should let the price, basically people see at the pump the risk of the world being addicted to oil. It's an expression of the 70s. So what you should do is to have target transfers to the poor, the people that will be suffering the most with the increase in those prices. So here's a key example. Oil price went up, and what did many developed countries? They went there to introduce a cap on oil prices. That's a mistake. It's policy changes, prices are very powerful to change the scale of this problem. And then we can recalculate the financing need that is, once all this is done, you have green budgeting, you have good carbon pricing, you do everything that you can do in terms of the policy, then we can talk about the financing. I think sometimes the numbers that have been thrown around are numbers for a static world, a world that hasn't changed the way to do business, to do things. And we are not going to get scale if we do not change behavior. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. So the monitor says time out. So we'll close it here, but thank you very much again, Marie-Thérèse, Beatrice, Marcello, and to the organizer, Patrick and Sandrine and everybody else. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the panel. Now, we're taking a 20 minutes break. We see each other back here at 11. We start at 11, so if you come 1 minute ahead would be great. For the next panel, enjoy your coffee break and see you then. Welcome back. Yeah, come on in. So, I hope you had a good break. Who downloaded the BB-Connect app? Did you download it? There are a few hands, so there's still room for potential. So yeah, make sure to download it because you can also connect with other participants of the event. Then I would also like to give a shout out to our Willard students, Institute students. Maybe you can quickly stand up. We actually have 10 students from the Willard Institute, and the youngest fellow, I was told, is actually 13 years old. So it's so good to have you with us, and they, of course, also prepared some questions for the panels. So we're looking forward to your questions and, of course, your questions for the next panel, which is titled The Emerging New Reality, a Food, Agriculture, Food and Land Use. And without further ado, I'd like to ask the panelists to come up on stage. I start with Luis Mabullo, founder of Cacao Project, Rob Cameron, Vice President, Global Head of Public Affairs and ESG Engagement at Nestlé, Maria Lettini, Executive Director at Fair Initiative, Johnny El Hachem, Head Private Equity, Edmond de Rothschild. Take your seat here. And we have the moderator, Eva Tabay, Executive Director for Business for Nature, and we are looking for David Nabarro. Are you already with us? We haven't seen you. If you're in the room, please join us as well, David Nabarro. Are you around? Well, we will start like that. And for an introduction into this panel, into the topic, I'd ask Hubert Keller, a Senior Managing Partner at Lombard Odier, to come up on stage for a quick introduction.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a real privilege for me to introduce this session today. When we talk about the environmental transition, we often very quickly focus on energy and energy systems, quite rightly so. But I think there is another issue which is often not talked enough about, and that is the issue around AFOLU systems. Now, many of you are already quite familiar, but for those who are not, AFOLU stands for agriculture, forestry, and other land use. And as you can see from this chart, it is probably one of the biggest environmental issues that we face when we think about planetary boundaries. AFOLU systems are responsible for 24% of greenhouse gas emissions, which is lower than those emitted by our energy systems, but it is responsible for 90% of deforestation, 25% biodiversity loss, 70% freshwater use, and more than 50% agrochemical pollution or soil degradation. In fact, when you look at this chart, you can see that AFOLU systems are pushing very far into very dangerous zone some of the key planetary boundaries on which we rely. So what are the problems or what are the issues around AFOLU systems? Very simply, let's start with the surface of the Earth. We all know most of it is ocean and only 29% is land. Of that 29% land, human can basically colonize approximately 71%. The rest is uninhabitable by human. And then goes the environmental issues around AFOLU systems. Over the years, over decades and centuries, we have transformed habitable land into agricultural land to obviously feed ourselves and feed an ever-increasing population. The transformation from habitable land into agricultural land is a huge environmental issue because often it is linked to deforestation, which of course creates greenhouse gas emissions and huge biodiversity loss. But then we have another environmental issue around AFOLU systems, which is the way that we farm our agricultural land. Modern or conventional now agricultural techniques relies heavily on the use of fertilizers and pesticides, as we know, which is driving soil degradation in a big way. And conventional or modern agriculture relies also on tilling and plowing the soil, which every time we do that, we release a significant amount of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. So that is the second environmental issue around AFOLO systems. And then we have a third environmental issue, which is that the way that we use this agricultural land is mostly for meat and dairy. 77% of our agricultural land is used for meat and dairy, which is obviously problematic because we all are aware of the methane issue, and we also know that it relies on an extensive use of fresh water. By the way, that 77% meat and dairy generate less than 20% of the global calorie required for humans to feed themselves and less than 40%. So with nearly 80% of our agricultural land, we are sourcing 20% of our global calorie and 40% of global proteins. And you can see how much of an imbalance there is. Now, if we want to avoid crossing key tipping points, and if we want to restore safe planetary limits, the science is absolutely unequivocal. We need to return about 1 billion hectares of agricultural land back to nature between now and 2030. That is about 20% of our agricultural land needs to basically be rewilded between now and the next 7 to 8 years. It is a huge challenge. Now, the good news is that there is a broad consensus around this necessity, and in fact, both policymakers and governments have set a number of extremely ambitious objectives, and a number of commitments have been made around the world. That's the very positive and encouraging news. Now, of course, the direct consequence of that is another huge challenge. How are we going to be able to feed an ever-growing population with 20% less agricultural land? And for that, we are probably going to need to transform our food systems quite significantly. And I'm sure that there will be lots of discussions around the shape and the form of future food systems, and I'm certainly not going to give an educated opinion on the topic, but I would suggest that there are a few things that we need to try to do. First, we need to think about producing different foods, but specifically to diversify our source of proteins away from just animal-based proteins. So basically producing different type of food. We should also be thinking about a better use and more efficient use of our agricultural land. 60%, and I repeat that because it's an important element, 60% of agricultural land today is used to feed animals and not humans. This is very inefficient. A third suggestion is probably going to be to review the way that we farm and move more decisively towards effectively regenerative and precision agricultural practices, which we know will deliver similar crop yields without the use of fertilizers and pesticides. And of course, one thing that I think we all agree is that we need to bring our food chain to become much more efficient around our food chain and deal with the 30% waste that is produced from basically farm to fork. Now, without going into details, the only message I'd like to leave here is that if we are able to transform our food systems, it's great for the environment, and we will meet the challenge that we do need to meet, but it's also a great economic opportunity. It will disrupt part of the value chain around food systems, but it could also potentially unlock what we think around $1.5 trillion worth of economic opportunities. So it's, not only will it be good for the environment, but it'll be good also for the economy. And the key question, and the last one, would be what are the catalysts for this transformation to happen? And we are all aware of the shift in dietary preferences of consumer. We are less aware of the amount of government subsidies for farming and food production, which is about $500 to $700 billion a year. And these government subsidies have a great opportunity to be reallocated in the way to encourage more sustainable farming practices. And then finally, and this is the point which I mentioned on this chart, cost curves are going to be an essential driver. The fact that effectively a more environmentally friendly solution is becoming cheaper and cheaper and every year cheaper is going to be a major driver of this transition. Alternative proteins, we think, will break even versus animal-based proteins within the next 2 to 3 years. That will basically generate potentially a very profound shift. So I will stop here, and I just want to leave you with 3 messages. Follow systems are a big issue. We know what the solution is. It is about returning 20% of our agricultural land back to nature. And if we are able to meet this challenge, we're going to have to rethink very profoundly our food systems. And with that, I'll hand over to our panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Hubert Keller, thank you very much. I'm just coming up on stage because I have good news. David Nabarro is now with us, Strategic Director for SD Switzerland and Special Envoy of the WHO Director General for COVID-19. And with that, I wish you a good panel. Thank you very much. Enjoy.
Oh. Thank you. Thank you so much. This panel is going to tackle the important question of how can, in fact, how must we transform urgently the food system to tackle climate change, biodiversity, and deforestation. But now, having heard Hubert's fantastic presentation, we know we must also add freshwater scarcity and soil health to that list of challenges we must tackle, and from previous panels and our awareness, inequality as well. So there's a social side that I really hope will come out of this conversation as well. Just as before I introduce myself and the panel briefly once more for you, just let's take a moment. I mean, we've just heard from a senior executive from Lombardier who has given us an absolutely fantastic overview of earth science, regenerative practices in agriculture, and then the economic importance and opportunities related to that. There has been a change. If you needed one, that was a fantastic presentation. Thank you so much. So my name is Eva Zabé. I'm the Executive Director of Business for Nature, which is a global coalition driving business leadership and momentum on nature. And we have an absolutely fantastic panel. I think I won the jackpot, actually, because we've got David Nabarro, who's just been introduced in the nick of time. David, thank you so much for joining us. You're a busy man. We have Louise Mabulo, who's the founder of Cacao Project, Rob Cameron, Vice President and Global Head of Public Affairs and ESG Engagement at Nestlé, Johnny El Hashem, Head of Private Equity at Edmond de Rothschild, and then Maria Lettini, Executive Director of the FAIR Initiative, which many of you may know is the investor network focused on ESG risks in global food sector. So I thought you have a spread here on the panel. And we'll kick off with some questions, and please do keep them coming in on the tablet, on the Slido, I think it is we're using today. But I'll kick off with some questions. If you can keep your answers brief, then we'll have time for further engagement. And really, I would encourage you to forget that there's a lot of people listening and just let's have a conversation. So bounce off each other's reactions, please. Starting with you, David, if that's all right. You've been working actively on calling for a transformation of the food system for a while. Even well before it was trendy, David. It's become trendy now. But what are your reflections, and where do we go from here in all seriousness? The mic's already on, so you don't need to touch anything. Thank you.
So thank you very much indeed, and really great to be here. Hubert Keller's presentation, which I didn't see all of, is really very important. To have an investor of his caliber really showing that there are aspects of the food system that just must change is a remarkable thing. And it was Eva, in that connection that I want to start. You know, it really is only in the last few years that everybody has started to appreciate that the future depends on us getting food systems right. And I mean us. That's all of us in this room. It's all leaders. And the reason why I say that is that if food systems stay as they are, we're going to see major challenges for the future of our world. And it's become so urgent now because of the impact of climate change on food systems everywhere, the impact of COVID, which has revealed fragilities that we really didn't know existed, or if we did know, we didn't bring them front of brain, and the impact of conflict, particularly violent conflict, which is increasing all over the world. So even in the middle of last year, when we were having the United Nations Food Systems Summit with 150 national leaders coming and explaining what they wanted to do to change their food systems, we were seeing real storm clouds gathering. We had leaders indicating from Central Asia that water shortages mean that current farming practices in Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan and other Central Asian republics are just going to have to change radically because they're running out of water. The same messages from parts of South Africa. But most importantly, 5 droughts in succession in the Horn of Africa and East Africa, meaning that we now have 200 million people really seriously food insecure, and challenges with enabling them to get access to the food they need. It is a really serious issue everywhere right now, and the world is waking up and realizing. And perhaps what has focused minds more than anything is that we are now in the midst, as a result of the war in Ukraine, of an extreme cost of living crisis, which is manifested by food challenges, energy challenges, and finance challenges, which need to be addressed really urgently. So in summary, Eva, food is top of the agenda, and it is necessary to sustain the efforts on food systems transformation that are now underway, because the acute cost of living crisis affecting the world at the moment is going to be much worse because our food systems have not been transformed in the way that we're discussing and that Hubert referred to right now.
Thanks so much, David. Prioritization is key here, and also moving from articulating those challenges and the scale of the challenges to some of the solutions. So I'm delighted to introduce once again Louise. Now, you are an award-winning chef. Who else here is a chef? I like it. Yeah, some, no. You're also a farmer and an entrepreneur, and you're founder of the Cacao Project, that offers tangible solutions to the food crisis in the Philippines. So please, could you, Louise, tell us a bit more about your perspective on the transition in the food systems and what your project aims to achieve? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Eva. Absolutely. Now, hi everyone, my name is Louise. I came all the way from the other side of the world in the Philippines, which happens to be one of the most vulnerable countries to hazards brought about by climate change. In fact, for us, climate change isn't some idea that you see on the news, it's a reality. In 2020, my hometown was hit by 3 super typhoons. And even my initiative, the Cacao Project, began in the aftermath of Super Typhoon Nokten, which destroyed 80% of agricultural land. And that's extremely concerning in a country where agriculture is the primary driver of our economies, is the livelihoods of families and individuals and communities that could lose their entire system and worldview and an overnight disaster and take 3 months up to 5 years to recover. So it's incredibly important that we find just transitions and also build resilient food systems for these people. Because these people are not just statistics on the news and numbers that we see who are victims of biodiversity loss and climate change, but they're
actual human beings with faces, and I come here as one of them. So at the Cacao Project, we work with over 200 farmers to build resilient and sustainable agroforests, transitioning monocrops into sustainable farms, including cocoa, among other diversified systems of different forest covers. And we really want to enable farmers to be part of the solution in conservation, in climate change, through education, through agricultural interventions, and through regeneration. And we're also trying to empower more young people. I come here as probably one of the youngest speakers in this entire conference at 24. And I think that it's incredibly important to have more intergenerational collaboration, especially in this system where the average age of farmers and people in food systems is around 60 years old. And if we don't find ways to include more young people, then in as little as 15 years, we could have a food security crisis just because of lack of inclusion. So I think it's incredibly important to not only activate young people in these initiatives, but also find ways to enable people from the global south to have their voice and also more representation in food systems.
Thank you so much, Louise. So maybe just a quick poll in the room. I asked who was a chef, which was maybe a bit of a long shot, but who here is a farmer? Who here had a parent who was a farmer? And who here had a grandparent who was a farmer? All right. So we are all somehow connected here. Rob, I'm going to turn to you at Nestlé. So obviously Nestlé is a very important player in the food system. What's your strategy for becoming an actor that helps accelerate the whole agri-food system from being part of the problem to being part of the solution? And I'm going to add a question as you reflect on that. Sorry. From Elvin, thank you so much. How should dietary changes be promoted, given that a significant proportion of people are unwilling to make major changes to their lifestyle, which interestingly might be another topic for debate here? So over to you, Rob.
Gosh, that's a huge question. It's a massive question you've just put on the back end there. We may need to come back to that one. It's pretty clear. We've heard it already from Patrick, and David's mentioned it, that we're not necessarily where we want to be, quite the opposite, in fact. We need food systems that heal rather than food systems that harm. And the problem we have is that so much of what we've done in our food systems has been the cause of concern. We need to become the source of a solution. And you ask what our approach, what our strategy is, I would sum it up in one word: regeneration. We need a fundamental shift, a 180-degree shift towards regenerative food systems. And I can unpack that a little bit for you and what regeneration means at Nestlé. But perhaps to do so, we need to take a little bit of a step back in time. The company became increasingly aware in the teens of the impact of climate change. What I'm sure you're all aware of is that as a food and beverage company, Nestlé depends upon agriculture. We totally depend upon agriculture. And agriculture is both a cause of much of somewhere between 25–30% of global emissions, and is going to be severely impacted, already is, you just heard from Louise, by climate change, which is why we were one of the first companies out of the block to make a net zero by 2050 commitment in line with the Paris Agreement. The pledge that we made was to get a plan out within 2 years. We did it in 1 year, and in 2020 we published our net zero roadmap. A lot of talk is about 2050 and net zero in 2050. We don't particularly want to talk about that very much. What we want to talk about is the actions that we take now in this decade. Climate change is a lived experience now. It's not something that's hypothetical or abstract in the future. Climate change is something that's affecting Louise and all of us around the world. So we need to drive emissions down. Our target is to get emissions down by 20% by 2025, 50% by 2030. Much of that has to be in scopes 1 and 2, because that's where we have the most impact. But our net zero plan is full scopes, all 3 scopes, because our scope 3 emissions are in our agricultural supply chain. And that's where something like 2/3 of our total emissions are in our agricultural supply chain. So we absolutely need to get on with that. Now, so far so good in the sense that Nestlé has passed peak carbon. I'm going to repeat that. Nestlé has passed peak carbon. Our emissions are on a downward trajectory. And I would ask any one of you that's involved either investing or in a company, firstly, have we got a plan? And secondly, if we have, where are we? What's the trajectory? Are we going up or are we coming down? Because we need that bend in that curve to come down. When it comes to the agricultural supply chain, another thing becomes very clear to us. We cannot possibly achieve our net zero ambitions without a transition on regenerative agriculture. We are dependent upon agriculture, and there has to be a pivot, as Patrick has said, to regenerative agriculture. That is an absolute for us. But there's another absolute. That cannot happen without that it is a just transition. And you mentioned social, almost like as a sort of separate thing. No. It's absolutely the mistake we've been making all along, that we need to see these things systemically. So for us, a just transition means working with farmers, providing them with the technical assistance and support, providing them with the capital when they need capital, providing them with access to financial instruments to help them make the transition. We actually work with 600,000 farmers around the world. People think of Nestlé as a kind of remote conglomerate, but actually we have direct contact points with farmers, 600,000 of them. We have something in the region of 2,000 agronomists that are going in and working with farmers to help them make this transition. So we work with farmers. So that's the agricultural side. Very briefly, I'm conscious of time, but very briefly, I do want to say a word about forests. There cannot be a transition to net zero without an end to deforestation and a restoration of degraded land in forests. And frankly, I am, as all of us are in Nestlé, very frustrated at the lack of progress. We're something in the region of, in the mid-90s to high 90s% deforestation free. On some of our commodities, we can actually say that. 2025 for cocoa and coffee coming through. Global Canopy recently produced a report on 140 plus food and beverage companies. Only 9 have made meaningful progress. So I wonder, what is the role of the people in this room to actually start to put some pressure on to end deforestation, and remember that once deforestation is ended, the journey doesn't stop there. There's land to be restored, degraded land to be put back into good use or given back to nature. But deforestation doesn't just stop. The reason why deforestation happens is that people chop trees down. Simple as that. It's not something that just sort of happens automatically. It's people. It's the social dimension. There's a socio-economic reason for it, and so you've got to keep working at it. Got to keep working at it. I do want to say one last thing, if I may, briefly. There's a number of areas that we've done a lot of work so far since we made an announcement last year on regenerative food systems. In cocoa, particularly, which we may touch on, with regard to youth and youth agripreneurship. And today, coffee, we've announced our 2030 coffee plan. So literally this very day, Nescafé has announced its plan to transition to regenerative agriculture and the investments that we're making in coffee. So across the commodities, across the value chain, but in particular in the agricultural value chain, lots going on.
Thanks so much, Rob. And we'll come back to the dietary question with the panel later. Keep the flow. And a big call there in terms of investor engagement, of asking the right questions to the companies, that we also, it refers back to that engagement a number of panelists were talking about earlier, like Pictet. So over to you, Johnny, from Edmond de Rothschild. So you've been committed for years to work on the link between private equity and food systems. How do you view all of these changes now that you're seeing, and what do we need to scale and speed up real and meaningful impact?
Yeah, we need a lot of things, but at least we need one single word. We need to action. We need to move from blah, 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 blah into real action in a way. And I'm extremely proud and humbled to be here today, not because I started as a trainee in the same firm as Hubert Keller, but I'm really humbled because I grew up in a country where food scarcity, we knew it. Access to fresh food was not an easy matter on a daily basis. I grew up in Beirut in the Civil War. And I came to Switzerland, the fancy Switzerland in early 2000, a country where everything was booming and flourishing. And finance lost it in a way. And we were so far from fundamentals. And luckily today, We're seeing things changing and going into the right direction finally. When we say this, how things are changing and why I'm so optimistic. I'm extremely optimistic because, yes, what Hubert Keller showed us is extremely alarming, and what we've been hearing so far makes us think twice before buying any single chocolate bar or whatever. However, I'm extremely optimistic because solutions are out there. Are we yet solving the problem? No, but we have identified for over the last 20 years how to deal with many of these problems. We've been mentioning deforestation and land use. In Europe alone, each 10 years, we sacrifice the surface of a French arable land, of French Department of Arable Land, the equivalent of a Swiss Romand area, each 10 years, for urban sprawl, to build cities, and build cities wrongfully. And COVID came back to remind us that we should do things in a different manner. So we at Edmund de Rothschild, we tackle this problem, and we've been contributing. Someone mentioned that we need 20 billion hectares to restore green use of land in less than 10 years with less than 500 million. Is it too much money for a country managing trillions and trillions? With less than 500 million, we've restored and saved the equivalent of 600,000 hectares of land. How? Because we have an industrial past where there is a huge number of abandoned industrial sites that no one is taking care of because we're short-minded and we're looking after speculative returns. We decided to tackle this problem, and we acquired those heavily polluted land with no condition precedent. We did the remediation job, and we did the urban regeneration. That's our way of solving and how to contribute to regenerate lands. In Africa, with small, tiny amount of money, I'm running very quick on real examples on how we can solve problems. With less than 5 million euros investments in Morocco, we managed to scale and bring financing to farmers to implement irrigation through dropping systems. That saves the equivalent of 100 million liters of fresh water for 4 million individuals. We're talking about small investments, and we make money out of it. It's not about philanthropy. Let's stop opposing sustainability and return. The opposite. The non-sustainable return are destroying what we're living on. And in this room, there is many speculators. Allow me to say this, because we're short-term minded. We're still looking at the bottom line of the account statement of the bank each month. If you want to build, you need to be engaged on the long term and do things differently. And why I'm optimist is about technology. We practice from to fork projects in Africa. We, a bank, a small bank in Geneva, we're working with more than 125,000 farmers, providing financing for them in Africa in agroforestry projects over the last 12 years. This is not sufficient. The cycle is very long. However, technology will cut cost. Hubert Keller showed us to which extent maybe in 2035, the cell-based meat would reach a cost break-even. We've invested last month in a company, a startup in Australia, who managed to cut the cost by 600 times. And last but not least, when it comes to the food industry, you've been mentioning that 9 out of how many managed to have a roadmap. Bear in mind 2 figures. Every dollar spent by the food players, 96 cents of this dollars goes for packaging and marketing, less than 4 cents for innovation. Is it problematic? Definitely not. That's a fantastic news. Why? Because we can promote and invest in businesses, support entrepreneurs, scale the business, and sell them to these people. And that's a fantastic exit, going on strategic rather than selling to a volatile stock market that is not working. Last but not least, before thinking about outbreaking technologies that requires tons of amounts of money and time to be scaling. We should do that, and we're doing it. Let's think about food efficiency. 1/3 of the food we're producing is thrown away. 1/3. We can use data today, sell the data to Nestle in a region. I support you by a real example on that. An Israeli startup called Tasteways. What do? They scan in Tastewise. They scan menus of restaurants in a neighborhood, in an area, globally, everywhere. At the same time, the algorithm is going to share and synthesize all the feedbacks that everyone in this room is giving about when you go to a restaurant, what did you love about food and the ingredients. This data is so much valuable because if you match it and you sell it to Nestle, they can produce precisely and serve a neighborhood in a just manner and reduce cost by reducing waste. I'll stop here, but I hope that I can share with you 20 years of experience in real actions and in real examples.
Thank you so much, Johnny. Wow. One really quick follow-up question, because all of this experience...
This is unfair for her.
No,
and
I know.
She works for FAIR.
No, I'm coming to Marina, but just everything you've just shared with us, is it publicly available? Is it stuff that you're happy to work in a pre-competitive space?
Yeah, this is I think that from compliance perspective, I'm keeping my job this afternoon. Yeah, it's extremely available.
Yes.
And we can really share all of this information with the general public. I hope so.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm sure lots of people here would be interested. Thanks. And now, Maria, over to you. So you're working with a growing coalition of investors, including pension funds and institutional investors, so that long-term approach that we were looking for so much. Is the way finance is looking at these issues changing? If so, how? And has there been progress beyond just the pledges from your side?
Seems like a bit of a loaded question now after we've heard my panelists speak, but...
my mic should be on more often, by the way. I come in with it.
So again, thank you for inviting me to be here. I'm here obviously on behalf of many of you who are investor members. I'm curious, if you're an investor member of FAIR, can you raise your hand? I expected more. But anyway, I'll explain then a little bit. I'll explain briefly what FAIR is. So we're an institutional investor network. We are a free membership organization. So Lombard Odier, Edward de Rothschild, Credit Suisse, others who are here today. We have over, I think, 25 Swiss members, so I'm surprised I didn't see more of a more show of hands. But we produce research and practical tools for institutional investors in order to address the risks and opportunities in the food system, much of which we spoke about here today. And I guess, my response to that question is the finance community engaging on these issues? Are they understanding the risk to the long-term value of their portfolio and broader risks with the economy, communities, farmers that really underpin the transformation of the food system? And again, the optimistic, the optimist in me says absolutely yes. And part of that can actually be attributed to the rapid growth we've seen in our investor membership base, right? So we're a very new organization. We've now just hit 6 years of actually producing research for investors. Again, we're free, so there's no commercial imperative for anyone to join us to receive our research. And, over the course of these 6 years, we now have over 350 members whose assets total over $70 trillion. So, we've been the fastest growing research network out there. And that's, yes, partially because we're so wonderful, but mostly because investors realize that the risks associated with the food system touches on every aspect of their portfolios, passive, active, real assets, absolutely everything. And when we see what's happened, as David very nicely outlined for us, and Hubert prior to him, we've had some pretty significant global crises over the past 4 years. And what it's really shown us is that our food system is not resilient. It's definitely exposed to global shocks. We thought, okay, we didn't see the pandemic coming. Okay, we'll cut ourselves some slack. But really, what happened with the global pandemic underpins a lot of what FAIR and what Hubert nicely outlined as the significant systemic risks in the food system. When we first started talking about these risks, antimicrobial resistance, the overuse of antibiotics in food chains, biosecurity risks, overuse of water, land use, everything that was so nicely outlined just 6 years ago, most of you in this audience were like, I had no idea, right? And when we talk about the financing needs that's going to need to transform this food system, we're in a pretty pretty dire situation. But we're at a point, again, that many of my previous fellow panelists also highlighted, is that we're really at the center of a perfect storm, but we're actually at this tipping point where if we don't act, we're going to actually be unable to turn back a lot of those planetary boundaries that Professor Rockstrom so nicely outlines. So I would say absolutely yes, the finance sector is very much engaged. We do need a direction of travel. One thing that we have been promoting at FAIR, and many of you have supported, is the need for a roadmap for the transition of a food system, like we've received and worked with the International Energy Agency. We can't transform a food system unless we have a direction of travel. Investors have, as we've heard here, been focusing in on not only their equity portfolios, but their fixed income portfolios, their real asset portfolios, their venture capital portfolios. But we can't actually solve the problem ourselves. And I think we heard that from our colleague at BlackRock yesterday, right? We need governments, legislators, regulators, policymakers to help inject that capital and form a foundation for this to move forward. So I'll leave it there so we can have more of a conversation here. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Maria. And just on the roadmap for food systems, David, isn't that also, you mentioned the Food Systems Summit? Can't we leverage so much of that excellent work that went into that?
Thank you very much. Very quickly, here are 4 words that I think really encompass what future food systems need to be. First of all, they must nourish. No food system should cause people to be unhealthy and malnourished, and yet too many at the moment do. Second, they must be resilient. That means being able to withstand the kind of stresses that we've seen as a result of the pandemic, or that we're increasingly seeing because of climate change. And that resilience means being able to withstand the stresses that are buffeting food systems of the future. Thirdly, as you've heard, they must be regenerative and not using up scarce resources, water, soil, and more. And fourthly, the word was mentioned by Rob. He's talked about just transition. They've got to be just. And the easiest way to do that is to base them on human rights principles that have been agreed here in this city, in the Human Rights Council, and just use that. Because it means then that you don't employ people on absolutely appalling wages, and you don't treat farmers badly by giving them uneconomic prices when they're selling their produce. So those are the 4 things. Nourishing, because that matters. Because what's the point of eating food if it kills you? Resilient, because that's the only way that people and communities can survive the stresses. Regenerative, because we only have one planet. And if we don't use it right, what's the hope for our children and grandchildren? And rights-based, because in that way we make sure that food systems work for all people and not just a lucky few.
Thank you, David. I think that deserves a round of applause. Does anyone want to react to that before we start thinking and focus on some key solutions that are coming out of this discussion?
Happy to. I couldn't agree more with what you said, David. And sometimes human rights are kind of put to one side, and I really think it's important that we use the word "and" a lot. Climate and rights, climate and so on. And when it comes to forests, I talked about that, and we have something now we call forest positive, which is fundamentally about not only ending deforestation, but restoring degraded land, taking a landscapes approach. That's the kind of technical side of it. But at its heart is a rights-based approach. So it's the right to a livelihood, land rights, all hung together in a human rights model. And we do that because we recognize that if you don't take a rights-based approach, you will end up with outcomes where smallholders find themselves in a position for economic reasons, end up chopping trees down, which is not what we want. And so we have to find ways to work with those communities to protect those forests. It's also why we've just launched a human rights roadmap earlier this year as part of this regenerative transition. And within that roadmap, there'll be 10, no less than 10, human rights action plans to be implemented by 2025. Watch this space, more to come.
Thanks, Rob. So we have 17 minutes left, and I would like to, if we can, structure the solutions focus a bit. So I know a lot of us wanted to talk about what are we actually going to do, and in the chat, in the questions, there have been a lot of questions around dietary shifts, meaning how can we convince people to change behavior? 2, about deforestation. Maybe, Rob, we'll have to come back to you at some point in terms of palm oil plantations and transitioning, also packaging practices. 3 is on farmers, and how do we really incentivize farmers? Thanks, Gerard, for the question. How do we incentivize and reward farmers for being stewards of the plant of the earth? And then 4th, Marie, you were talking about policymakers and regulation changes. I think that's sort of the elephant in the room when you think that $1.8 trillion a year are unintentionally flowing towards environmentally harmful subsidies, of which $560 million are agricultural subsidies. So that's kind of a big thing to think about. So do you think we can quickly touch upon those 4? Can we? Yeah? Okay.
Take the first one.
Go for it, diets.
Okay,
Johnny.
So for diet, I need one, but it's not the purpose of the answer. There is manifold for this question, and I think that most important element is that the situation we're living in will give us a great opportunity to tackle this problem. Why? For many reasons. First, let's speak about inflation, which is good news, by the way. We need it. And even if we will manage to contain inflation, the price signal won't go down. And that's a fantastic news. Many of you here in the room would say or would go in the neighboring France and buy a cheaper meat. Is it really cheaper? Let's ask ourselves the question. It is subsidized indirectly. And let's stop speaking about subsidies, because subsidies led us where we are. Something which is not profitable is not sustainable, and something which is not sustainable is not profitable. Let's stop speaking about subsidies, and let's have the price signal driving what we consume. And this will lead us to consume less and consume in a better way. When we say this, when it comes to issues related to nutrition and health, we just forgot that the place where we used to produce wheat for the Roman Empire, it was the Mediterranean and the areas of La Bekaa Valley and other places, which, by the way, exports today the best wheat for the best pasta, while in these countries we import wheat from Ukraine and elsewhere to feed the people. Okay, but that's a problem. No one is tackling it, but one day the price signal would lead us to tackle it, and that's the good news. When we say this, how many of people you know became gluten intolerant? Many. Why? Because we're producing wheat in areas where are not conventional for wheat production, and we're using chemicals to foster volumes. I have the figure here. 5 countries of the world produce 65% of the wheat we consume, of which 50% goes for animal feed and biofuel. Is it sustainable? Definitely not. Now, what are the solutions for gluten intolerant? Definitely not the gluten-free, because this would generate another problem that we don't know yet. And we're speaking about many of the things we hear is how to react to problem. We should change the mindset and try to anticipate and avoid having problems. And we've invested in a company called UCO. What do? They intervene, and that's a GMO, a good GMO. And let's stop this debate about good GMO, if GMO is needed or not needed. We need GMOs to improve the quality of what we produce, because we are 10 billion on this planet and we need volume. We can use GMO to stop the land degradation and stop the bad production methods. UCO intervenes on the protein that caused gluten intolerance and solves the problems. So thanks to science and the convergence between biotech and nutrition, there is many solutions out there which help us have a healthy life, continue to produce volume while stopping the degradation of land and creating problems.
Thanks so much. Johnny, any other reactions on diets?
I mean,
you probably only get to choose one of my 4 solutions, but go for it.
All right, I'll just say 2 things. I mean, diets obviously underpin a lot of what we're doing here, right? Your kids will go out and choose what they want to eat. They'll tell you what they want. I think this is, again, another one of those issues where we need a holistic approach. We need governments to, again, set out what good dietary guidelines look like, and that will help actually trickle that through entire communities. On the back of that, I mean, your comment about subsidies, and I'll touch on that because I think it was the question later on. You know, we need to transform our subsidies to ones that are incentivizing R&D, innovation, supporting farmers in that transition. We need that money to go towards a food system for the future that provides nourishing food for all, right? Including us here in the developed markets as well as in the developing markets. And that will help fast track everything that we're talking about here today.
Thanks so much. Are you going to say, I was going to just ask in the, who here has reduced their meat consumption over the past couple of years? Okay.
I was just about to say, I was literally just about to say that as a consumer goods company, we have to follow consumer demand. And sometimes we have to lead it as well. And I think the hands up just kind of showed the thing. When I say lead it, we cannot afford to be more than 1 step ahead. If we're 2 steps ahead, then it doesn't work. So for us, to the question about dietary shifts, there's the actions we take on reductions, eliminating or reducing the bad stuff, less fat, less sugar, less salt, at the same time as dialing up on positive nutrition. And certainly we see plant-based, the growth we're seeing in plant-based across a range of categories, really, really impressive, and it will continue.
Can I just, commend you and other global food manufacturers and retailers that have really taken a progressive approach to this. Again, actually realizing that you can begin to move consumers in the right direction to actually make sure that there's affordable, nutritious food choices for them in supermarkets and elsewhere. I mean, it's really been very forward-looking.
Thanks. Thanks so much for that. And I think in terms of there's that massive comms campaign somehow, because we do know what is the right diet for people and planet, correct? I mean, it was several years ago, the Lancet report, if I'm not mistaken, and probably many others. So there's probably a sort of consolidated campaign, right, Rob? I don't know.
I can't remember who it was who said it, but it was something on the lines of eat food, mostly plants, not too much.
Not too much overall. David, and then we'll move on to
Let's keep the taste. And the good news about plant-based is you have fantastic taste coming, specifically now. And this is fantastic as well.
Sure you work in sales, right?
Just very quickly, some people say, is there really any interest globally in shifting diets and going regenerative? So 148 countries participating in last year's first ever Food Systems Summit had conversations about the future of food right in the middle of the pandemic that involved 110,000 people from all walks of life. And do you know what came through most strongly as they were setting out their pathways to food systems of the future? Changing diet. That was number 1. People's choice, country's choice. And then regenerative, number 2. And then decent conditions for people working in food systems, the right stuff, number 3. And then the resilience was there, particularly for the countries that are in trouble. And I just want to finish by saying there is one handicap, and that is that the good stuff is usually more expensive than the rotten stuff. And the big challenge is to get good quality diets super affordable for all.
Thanks so much. And that links, I'm going to jump maybe to the farmers, because I think we really need to spend a bit of time on this. Louise, if I could ask you, but then if others have views, how can we incentivize farmers even more and reward them for being stewards?
Absolutely. I think this ties into the conversation of, first of all, the high-level part. We mentioned subsidies. At the moment, the world is sitting on $600 billion worth of subsidies in agriculture that fuel deforestation, malnutrition, and environmental damage. And $400 billion worth of that can and should be repurposed for regeneration. And there's the ability to transition that into regenerative farms, investing in Global South. And that can hold a very big part of the solution. On the other side of it, on a more practical scale on the ground, we have about 60 years of harvests left because of soil degradation. Meanwhile, conversely, we're going to need 70% more food by 2050 in order to feed the global population. And can you just imagine how ridiculous that is, how impossible of a task, it's almost a catch-22, to deal with food systems and meanwhile tell farmers living on day-to-day subsistence, you need to be more environmentally conscious. It's almost impossible. So what we do need is to transform these systems around them. One of the things is letting farmers know that if we don't transition to a more sustainable food system, to more regenerative farming, you're going to lose your income simply because the soil will no longer hold the capacity to be able to produce harvests. We've seen that with banana farmers in the Philippines who have used too many chemicals and chemical fertilizers that have degraded their soils, and in 10 years' time, they're wondering, why aren't the bananas harvesting? And it's very difficult to communicate that to people, the science behind it, when they're low-income smallholder farmers. So it's really important to find ways to communicate educational systems, science, nature-based solutions in a way that people can understand, in a language that they speak, and that could come in their livelihoods, in their income sources. Another thing that I think is we've had a lot of grim discussions around climate and how hopeless it almost seems, how a lot of it comes from the bigger players. But another thing that we should look into is reimagining how we look at development in agriculture and food systems, in land use and land stewardship. And for me, one of that includes reimagining land stewardship. We always look at it as massive monoculture farms producing faster, cheaper, easier food. But what if it could come in the form of communities surrounded and developed through agroforests? What if it could come with urban gardens and more food accessible communities? What if we structure the way we do development around nature and create buildings that are integrated with greenery and forest spaces? I think that's something that's really essential. One of my visions in building my community is to create an agropolis. Maybe we don't need more cities. Maybe we could use more rural agricultural spaces that are fully integrated with nature, with carbon sequestration, with soil restoration in mind. And one of the things that I always talk about with my community is that in the rush to look forward for innovative solutions, for amazing bits of technology that are this whole blanket solution to food systems, we forget to look back. Over 50 years ago, agriculture was just agriculture, and food was just food. And maybe in your time, you would pick food from the market and not have to worry about its impacts on the environment. But I grew up in a time when just to eat meat already causes so much guilt. So how do we return to those systems and think of traditional knowledge of how we once farmed and bring it back into the modern age and tie it with scientific know-how and knowledge that we can use to enable communities to be land stewards, to realize the value of creation and the value of soils? Just a teaspoon of dirt could have so much impact. So even just maybe a 1% increase in organic matter in our soils could improve water retention, soil quality, greenhouse gas and carbon sequestration. So I think that's one of the things that we also need to question is how we structure these conversations around ourselves and how we view this in the first place.
Thank you so much. Johnny, I saw you nodding, and then I'm going to wrap up.
We usually tends to say that farmers are guided by common sense because they're pragmatic. We should not blame farmers. They know better than we do how to deal with their problems on a daily basis. Let's face the problem. What these guys need. We don't have Crédit Agricole and agriculture banks in all over the place in Africa and Latin America. We don't have this. These guys need to be funded during the period where harvest is not there. So we need to put finance at their service and design the right tools for that. And I'm not against subsidies. There is a lot of money out there, but there is less projects that are bankable. And for that, we need technical assistance facility, I agree with you. And let's channel this public money to emerge projects, and then the private sector would jump in. This is how we can build this sustainably. And what we've been doing in Africa, take the cashew nut story. That's a disaster. That's a crime. We've been for decades producing cashew nuts in Western Africa, sending it to Vietnam, transform it that, bring it to Europe to roast it and salt it, and export it to the US to sell it and eat it. And we've been depriving farmers from the added value of the margin they can capture by transforming locally. We've built a plant that does the trituration. I don't know how is the right word in English. In French, we say trituration, which is the act of taking the kernel out of the apple in the production of a cashew nut. That's too technical. But we did it, and we kept the margin for the farmer in Africa. We need to think how to give them the right access through the right signal price and share margins with them, providing them with financing. Let's act like they are, in good sense, and put finance at the service of the industry again.
Thanks. Who just saw the timer?
Do one word as a closer.
One word. Listen, you want to say one word to close?
I did. I just had one thing I wanted to add before we finished, if that's all right.
20
Just very, very
seconds.
quickly. So there's been a lot of high-level talk about regeneration and regenerative food systems. Given this audience, I think there's a word that also should be tagged onto it, another and. Pragmatic. Pragmatic. Given the scale of the challenges that David and was laid out earlier, we absolutely need to take a pragmatic approach, and that means a full-scale transition to a regenerative food system. And I just want to make sure that's really clear. This is not fiduciary responsibility yesterday. This is fiduciary responsibility.
And long-term. Long-term.
Long-term. And it all then evolves around how we value things, ultimately, and the fact that they're not reflected in the market, whether it's the soil, the fresh water, the nourishment of different products, and where they come from. So, to wrap up, I would simply say that at the end of the day, and I did want to tell you about the big conference happening on biodiversity. All the governments are going to adopt the global biodiversity framework in December. Subsidies reform is a key element of that. So anything you can do to encourage that, please get in touch. But what I will end up by saying is that ultimately we're all actors of change. We all decide what we eat, or those of us who are lucky enough can decide what we eat, what we buy, how we invest our time and our money. And so at the end of the day, we need to, as Louise said, I'll end on Louise's comments of we have to just reimagine land stewardship and, in fact, planetary stewardship. This was a really fun exchange. Thank you so much, and to all of you for your questions.
Yeah, thank you very much to the panel. It seems like they're quickly taking a very quick picture, but that's fine because we need to change the setup here on stage. And in the meantime, I'm going to introduce our next speaker because I have the pleasure to moderate the closing discussion of the summit. Our next speaker is well known for his passion for sustainability and his leadership positions at food multinational company Danone for the past 20 years, where he served as CEO and later as chair of the board until last year. He has founded and chaired several international organizations and initiatives, and he has also experience in investment banking and as a consultant. Last year, he was appointed as the inaugural chair of the International Sustainability Standards Board in December 2021, effective as of this year in January. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Emmanuel Faber for a short speech. That's the short one. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's a great honor to be with you this morning. I'd like to really commend everyone organizing this event, because there is such a need to actually build bridges in this broken world. And so, that probably could not have been a better sign as building bridges for the efforts that all of you are trying to put together. Let me say just quickly a few words that, as we have seen with this great panel about food systems just before, a company does not exist, a business does not exist in a vacuum. It exists in a tangled web of ecosystemic relationships. It borrows financial, human, natural capital. And if it does not take time, efforts to regenerate those, in the long term, it's dead. It's as simple as that. And indeed, we are certainly seeing that we have not taken enough care of that ecosystemic nature of businesses. So when it comes to building bridges, there is one that I think recent events are going to lead us to build very quickly again. Recent events like COVID and disruptions in supply chains, like energy crisis due to Ukraine, like climate issues that are driving inflation right now, are just showing that our business models are tested in their efficiency, which we have accounted for many, many decades, but even more in their resilience. And the first bridge that we need to rebuild is conceptually, pragmatically, as was said, this notion of ecosystem for a company, that without which that company cannot thrive. So taking care and measuring impacts, regenerating the resilience of the ecosystem is essential to the equation for the companies. And this is something that is mounting, as you know, even at systemic level, when you think about the Financial Stability Board of the G20 taking climate as one of the stability issues and topics for the monetary and stability overall financially of the world. So this first bridge that we need to rebuild urgently is the bridge between the short-term efficiency and the mid and long-term resilience, because changes happen much faster, much stronger than we, I think, all of us would have ever thought even a few years ago. So the resilience is not about 15 years from now. It's sometimes about next year, next winter, even maybe. So that's the first point. The second bridge that we need to build if we want to be successful in that endeavor is the reconnection between the business agenda for the transition towards climate resilience and other resilience matters in the ecosystem, and the finance agenda. How do CEOs that are increasingly aware of the issues that they face in the sustainability of their business, how are they able to get the financial support to bring that into the financial equations and the business equations of their company? How are we going to make sure that the short-term language that we, at least CEOs of listed companies, have been speaking with our investors for so many years, is able to be bridged with the absolutely critical language of longer term, where the transition needs to happen now if we still want to have a resilient business in a few years down the road. So resynchronizing basically the financial markets with the business needs of and for the global transition that needs to occur. That's the second bridge. And that cannot happen without a common language to discuss those topics. Because if you're in this room, it's probably because you all would agree with the fact that accounting is great, there is international accounting, we count a lot of things that count, but we certainly don't count everything that counts. And this is why indeed the International Sustainability Standards Board was tasked at the Glasgow COP last year with the creation of that common language that will support the dialogue and the resync of finance and businesses around what matters in addition to what we are accounting for right now. And that is going to be topics like climate and environmental issues, the just transition and the social issues that are completely related to this transition, and without which that transition will just not happen if it is not socially acceptable and therefore managed by the companies in their ecosystems. So our task at ISSB is going to, and has started to be, bridging this gap with a language that needs to be comparable, reliable, as much as possible assurable, in order to make sure that investors, bankers can make decisions that will ultimately price, one way or the other, in the cost of capital of businesses and companies, the level of resilience and the credibility of their resilience strategies through these transitions. And the last bridge, I think, which we have an opportunity, if not even more than this, to create is the bridge across the lack of multilateral momentum right now. We are at a moment where it would be critically important to have multilateral momentum, and we don't. We don't, just simply. And so if we want, as citizens, that public policies are implemented, are efficient, at a global scale level, and not only at a jurisdictional, regional, or national level, we absolutely need the help and the support of capital markets. They are the natural connector of all economies around the world. They are the natural source of financing, the organic source of financing for the transition. And they are moving not hundreds of billions, as we would like the rich governments to finally bring to the less developed economies, as was promised at COP26. We're not talking 100 billions here. We are talking hundreds of trillions, if you look at the overall capitalization of the debt and equity market around the world. And this is where sustainable finance, as you all are advocates for and actors of, needs to be. It needs to be so mainstream, and it may be so mainstream, that it can be an enabler, not doing everything, but a critical enabler of what the policy making, the public policies in these ESG, in these social, these environmental issues are going to be. So these are, I think, the three bridges: the efficiency to resiliency, the finance resync with the business needs for the transition, and enabling the public policies with the strength of capital markets that we are going to try to contribute to build, and that's a huge collective effort. You're part of it, and so thank you in advance for your support.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel Faber. Let's take a seat. You can take the seat in the middle. So we're changing some water here. Make yourself comfortable. And you can, of course, send in your questions via the QR code there to Emmanuel Faber, but I will start with my questions. I mentioned that you act as chair of the International Sustainability Standards Board. So one of the criticisms that we hear throughout is the vast amount of ESG data, rating providers with different qualitative and quantitative metrics, financial performance much easier to measure compared to ESG factors. So do you see a chance that ESG reporting standards will converge?
Well, I would not be here, certainly not in this capacity, if I didn't think there was a chance. So yes, hopefully there is a chance, and we're working hard on this. I think there is a chance because the financial markets are desperately looking for that. I mean, it was not a decision from the IFRS Foundation or from the FSB or the IOSCO to do this. It was a dire need because ESG metrics and data analytics, the private standard setting, most of that started with a good intent, most of that, and was adopted by companies and investors with a good intent, but that was not good enough. Because indeed, we ended into this space of an alphabet soup of different metrics, which basically allowed, any company, you could doubt that if they choose one indicator one year and another one the next year, that could be for not the good reason. And so it's paralyzing the financial decision. And what we are completely focused on is to develop a set of standards that will be decision useful and cost effective for preparers, but in one common language for the international capital markets, which will allow both companies but investors as well to speak the same language. You're talking about the financial language. It took, of course, decades to develop an accounting language that is globally accepted. We don't have decades. We have a few years at best. But I think that given everything else I said in this introduction, the need is there. And this is why the momentum through which we're going to develop those is critical, because we're not in a system where you're talking about convergence. I think we're still at the stage where we need to avoid the divergence, because many, many countries are now starting to get involved in that topic because they understand some of the aspects I mentioned. And we just need to make sure that there is no more divergence and that we reduce the fragmentation, which is one of the reasons why our language has already consolidated the TCFD framework, the ISSB standards, the International Integrated Reporting Council framework, and the CDSB from CDP. So we're starting our own effort in order to make sure that we drive one common language.
There's a lot of wanting, so we know what the goal is, what is needed, what are the requirements to actually make sure that there is a common language and everyone applies it?
Well, the first thing I would say is the demand is still there. Just look at the ISSB industry-based standards globally. I think in 22, the number of users in the world will double again compared to last year. So without even mandating anything, the voluntary adoption of standards by companies and investors to come to an understanding of the economic matter and valuation of those topics, the need is there, and that continues. So that's the first thing. The second, there is a jurisdictional momentum, as I just said, and we know Europe in particular has been a pioneer there. So we have created a platform of jurisdictions working together with the EU, the US, UK, Japan, China, that meets regularly, like at least once a month, to discuss the agenda going forward and make sure that those jurisdictions that are preparing their own standards are doing that in a manner that is going to converge and not diverge. And that's work in progress, but this is also why we were, I think, delivering at pace on the foundational Sustainability 1 standard of the IFRS Foundation and the S2, which is climate, where we understand, I mean, I think it's very clear that climate is probably the most consensual theme that I think the markets want to be able to operate and decide on.
Good, so I'm going to jump into the audience questions. There's so many already. Single materiality or double materiality is the question.
That's a question?
Yes, it's a question.
Okay. I personally don't use the word single and double because I think they're misleading. There is full materiality and there is financial or investment or economic materiality, which is where we play. And one is a brick of the other. So there cannot be full materiality without financial materiality. In addition to financial materiality, you need impact materiality to go to full materiality. For the time being, it's very clear that we will not enable the markets to operate, the capital markets to operate without a language that is driven by economic decisions. So the need to identify financial materiality as part of double materiality, as you call it, and full materiality, as you'll call it, is absolutely critical. We also believe that there is, and we see that there is a growing number of companies and market participants, and beyond that, other stakeholders in the ecosystems, as I was mentioning, that want to be able to measure impact. And this is why we're doing two things. One is we start by saying, make sure that you look at all the impacts that your company has all across its value chain in its ecosystem. So we start with the impact, full impact. And then we filter it with the economic translation that will be making the investment decision in terms of pricing the risk and pricing the return. That's how markets are. They're not there then to make decisions on pure impact that has absolutely no monetary value. Everything that has monetary value will end into our language. The rest is about impact. So what we did, because we need to be true to our remit, recognizing the importance of impact, is signing a global agreement, strategic agreement with GRI, the Global Reporting Initiative, which has been doing impact materiality aspects for 25 years now, and they're largest in the world, so that we are going to develop standard setting activities that will make sure that we can propose ISSB plus GRI, a complete suite of solutions for companies or investors that want or need to report on the full materiality aspect. And that work has started already. And we are also, by the way, discussing with Europe, who have their own full materiality standards approach, the intersection within that, which is on financial materiality within the scope of standards that might be similar for them and us. And that will obviously start and focus on climate, because that is the first theme that we have consulted on, and they have consulted on. So probably more to come on how we and Europe and us are aligning as much as we can.
Thank you very much. Then ISSB regulations are about reporting, but a company's impact is not taken into account there. How could we better measure impact of companies instead?
Well, I thought I would have answered through my previous answer. Yeah.
How do you convince companies to adopt sustainable accounting standards and to take in consideration not only greenhouse gas emissions, but natural capital in general?
Well, I think the answer is we were asked by the market and the market authorities to start with climate, but it was certainly not climate only. And we are currently going to have our, well, in this month of October, we'll have our third board meeting as ISSB. We started effectively in July in terms of board meetings. We will redeliberate not only on the current standards, S1 and S2, but also discuss about what comes next in the agenda. And it's quite likely that climate-related topics are going to come very soon after. And so the nature agenda, for I assume some of you or many of you in this room, I would not need to convince you, as was recognized at the New York AG of the UN in 2019, the climate agenda and the nature agenda are completely bridged together. You can't, I mean, many of the solutions to the climate crisis, as we heard about the food system here, are going to be in the nature agenda. And they are both connected with water. So there's no doubt that there is, again, a systemic approach to environmental issues. And for us, it means next step after climate is going to address that.
Mm-hmm. Then have SDGs been hijacked by the private sector for greenwashing purposes?
Yes, but not only. But yes, of course. Again, I wouldn't be here. The efforts that many of us are driving to create accountability, the TCFD framework that was created that has such a powerful, if I can say just one word about TCFD, TCFD initially started with climate. It was then moved into the G20 and the Financial Stability Board, who now is operating the secretariat of the TCFD framework, who called for the creation of ISSB to be the legacy standard setting work of the TCFD framework. And we made it out of climate. We took it and put it as the foundation. So it's in our S1, Sustainability 1 standard, as our principle. It will apply not only for climate with us, but for any ESG topic in the future. Why is it so important? Because TCFD is an anti-greenwashing or ESG washing mechanism. It talks about the metrics and the targets you need to be transparent on. It talks about the identification of the risk and how you manage the risks. It talks about the strategy, the third pillar, the strategy that you implement, and the discussion about that strategy and its content, investments, the transformation plans, etc., to address those risks and opportunities. And finally, it speaks about governance. And the governance pillar is one of the big leeways and loopholes for greenwashing. You can get your CSO to say many things, or your comms teams, or even sometimes your investor teams, without much involvement of the board. That doesn't really mean a lot in terms of how serious the company is about. And this is where the governance pillar of TCFD is so important. So sorry for that long answer. Yes, it's been an open bar for greenwashing, too much of that, yet many companies are trying hard, but they are not paid for their effort, because anyone can pretend without doing, and that needs to stop.
Actually, I want to bring our next guest. I want to bring our next guest on, but I still have one question here that maybe you mentioned the lack of multilateral momentum. The EU does not seem to align its reporting standards with the ISSB. What will the negative consequence be? Very short, if you can.
The consequence of an alignment would be, I think, problematic for the global baseline, because it would mean that there would be different language internationally and in EU. And second, so investors would still be puzzled about what is the right metric. And the same for companies who would have a double reporting burden. So the only thing I can say is that the CSRD has made it now very clear in Europe that the European standards need to integrate the ISSB work as much as possible, and as long that it is not detrimental to the policy objectives of Europe, and on the other side contribute to the global baseline. I can tell you that both our European colleagues and ourselves are actively working on this agenda.
Thank you. Good, then you saw that there's an empty seat still on the stage. We have another guest for the closing discussion. He's a business leader, climate and equality campaigner, and co-author of Net Positive. Some might know him as the former CEO of Unilever. Please welcome Paul Polman. Welcome. So, Paul Polman, you wrote the book, Net Positive, How Courageous Companies Thrive by Giving More Than They Take. Are companies really giving more than they take? Is a change really happening?
No, I'm still waking up. I just came back from Singapore, so I'm trying to figure out where I am, but I'm glad the plane landed at least.
Welcome to Geneva.
Yeah, I know. Which city is this? Which country is this? But so we wrote the book, and it was good to get the tail end of the food discussions and what Emmanuel was talking about, because we wrote the book really with two objectives in mind. One is to change people's mindsets of what good looks like and give them tools on the how. Both really are big issues that we face. Many understand what needs to be done to some extent, but struggle with how to do it. So if you take it very simply in this world, this wonderful world is 4.6 billion years old. If I put it at a scale of 46 years, human beings have only been around for 4 hours. The Industrial Revolution only started 1 minute ago. And in that 1 minute, we've cut down half the world's forests. If you look at World Overshoot Day this year is July 28th, which is the day that we use up more resources than the world can replenish. So as many people have pointed out, and the food system is one of the key ones that jumps out there, we're living well beyond the planetary boundaries. Yet most companies are in the CSR mode, which is corporate social responsibility. And if you look at the commitments at the COP26, for example, or you look at the 92 companies now, that 92% of companies that issue sustainability reports, you see it's all about less plastics in the ocean, less carbon emission, less deforestation in the supply chain. But our point is very simple. When you've overshot these planetary boundaries to such an extent, less bad is still bad. I used to kill 10 people, now I kill 5 people. I'm not a better murderer, you know. So we have to get the people to understand that the only mindset is what I call moving from CSR, corporate social responsibility, to RSC, becoming a responsible social corporation. And that really is regenerative, restorative, reparative, and that's what we call net positive. So Interestingly, when COVID started, the people were worried that the same would happen as during the financial crisis, where we basically went back to the short term and cost cutting. And frankly, all the money that was spent by the governments at that time, which is now, let's say, 15 years ago, was really spent on the financial institutions, but very little on right-sizing the economy, on making it more inclusive or tackling climate change. In fact, only 3% of the money went into that direction. And I think the result has been Brexit, the result has been Trump, the result has been populism or xenophobia in many countries in the world. This time it's quite different. So people were skeptical when COVID came, but I think that moment of pause made people realize that you can't have healthy people on an unhealthy planet. You can't have infinite growth on a finite planet, and anything you can do forever is by definition unsustainable. And I think people have started to question a little bit our growth model. For the first time, it was understood that biodiversity destruction, these zoonotic diseases like COVID, SARS, Ebola, Zika, Asian flu, probably another 4 or 5 around the corner, the racial dimensions, inequality, health aspects, they're all interlinked. And fortunately, I think many have reacted to that in a positive sense. Before COVID, we had 20% of the countries in this world making net zero commitments, some for 2060 or 2070 in the case of India, but 20%, and now we're at 65%, basically 90% of the emissions, all the G20 countries. We had less than 1,000 companies doing science-based targets. That number has tripled now. So we've really seen a step change in the financial market as well, where you have, you know, if you want to do the GFANZ, the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, you're talking about 130 trillion. If you really call the real Net Zero alliances, it's probably more like 57 trillion. So we have seen real changes in all of these aspects. And I think they've come because of 3 or 4 reasons. The first ones that someone mentioned on the panel, it's really the market signals that are there. You see increasingly consumers putting their word where their mouth is, at least in many parts of the world. The second one really is technology. We underestimate the speed of technology, and it always goes faster, exponential. If you look at the cost of green energy now, you're talking 1 cent per kilowatt hour. The International Energy Agency was saying it would be 5 cents by 2050. We're now in 2022 and we're talking 1 cent or less in some parts of the world. And you're seeing tipping points because of technology in batteries and mobility, and actually I would argue in some of the science of food and then system as well. And the third reason really is coming back to COVID, because we have discovered really that the way we're doing things actually is starting to cost us more than actually fixing the problems in the first place, which is the real essence of our book, if I may be honest. It's that the cost of inaction is now actually higher than the cost of action. COVID has cost us $17 trillion just to save the lives and livelihoods. We're nowhere near out of the woods. That's infinitely more than we need to spend to protect or restore, I would argue, our biodiversity. So my final sentence is that increasingly we see companies understanding that, and I think the leading companies once more, like Emmanuel already did with Danone, with the OP2B, it's regenerative agriculture. I think he was one of the first ones that said soil health is an indicator that we need to go after. But you see companies making commitments to be water positive, to protect oceans like Walmart is doing. You know, the big commitments from the Nestle's or the Unilevers on regenerative agriculture. So Microsoft taking carbon out of the air going back to 1976. So these are all signs, I think, of companies starting to think net positive.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I'm gonna, because this kind of leads me to my next question. When we think about shareholder theory, because the proponents claim that the sole responsibility of corporations is increasing shareholder value, they refer to the quote by Milton Friedman. But at the very end of that article, he actually says it may well be in the long run interest of a corporation that is a major employer in a small community to devote resources to providing amenities to that community or to improving its government. So if you read that sentence or the whole article to the end, he clearly wrote that companies also have another responsibility that's simply profit. So somehow I feel like we need to deflate this myth.
Well, it is, because we start the book with Milton Friedman is dead, and that's a fact. The guy's buried. So And we don't really spend too much time on that anymore, to be honest, because I think it's really literally a dead debate. When he wrote his paper that has been, as you rightfully say, broadly misinterpreted, governments were functioning. Right now, governments aren't quite functioning the way they were designed. Multilateral institutions were working. Multilateral institutions aren't quite working the way they designed. You didn't have really these global conglomerates. You really had companies that were part of local communities, and that's why he referred to communities. So he very much understood that there were more drivers than just myopically focusing on the shareholder to drive ultimately the longer-term prosperity of the companies. So the debate has not become multi-stakeholder or shareholder primacy. The debate has really rapidly moved now towards shorter-term or longer-term. And there are people that have short-term interests that are looking for a quicker return, and they're probably not aligned with this discussion that we're having. But the broad part of the financial market as well, I think, is well understands that you not only have to get a decent return to pay for retirement payments, but that you also have to create a wealth that people can live in. So the convergence now, exactly because of this cost of action, inaction, the convergence now between the shareholder interest and the other stakeholders is rapidly happening, which makes it easier for us to actually sell the argument. So the other thing that we're focused on next to bringing companies together to drive this change at an accelerated speed, which is really what is needed, and scale, if I may say, we're also focused on universities, working with 865 universities, 30 very close, to really change the educational system, which is a very important element if we want to move forward. 60 million people every year graduate from business programs one way or another, and they're very much still being trained like little Milton Friedmans on steroids. So how can we change the management system and make it a little bit broader is very much part of the components that we need to fix.
So we have a few minutes left and a lot of questions, so let's try to get as many through as possible. And the questions now to both of you: what advice can you give to young people working in multinationals around the world to push their leaders to do more for the SDGs? Just to say, we have a few students here, the youngest 13 years old. So
I start. First of all, don't quit. Stay, because if you don't stay, those companies will not change. And if you want change to happen, I know it's a hard way, Paul knows it's a hard way, but we absolutely need you. So please don't quit. And the other one, don't stay alone. There are experiences in France in particular called les collectifs, where collectives of employees have gathered together. There are now 200 of them. They went public about existing, and they see themselves as a force for change of propositions within their companies. So don't quit, and don't stay alone.
Yeah, I won't add much to it, but we just published an article looking at 4 types of companies, from CEO totally not really into this to leaders in the field and the 2 in between, and give some tips on what you can do. But 50% of the world population is below 30. They're going to be 100% tomorrow. And I think actually the major force of change that you now see in companies is actually coming from their own employees. Most companies will have half of their workforce already millennials or Gen Zs. So, you know, speak up and speak out, or in the end, if that doesn't get into actions, walk out. And that's what more and more people are doing. The Great Resignation, we were last week in the US for the UNGA week, and all the CEOs, despite the economy where it is, are struggling to attract the right people and the right talent. And often they say, I need bigger bonuses, or I need more freedom to give the salaries. What they forget to mention is you need to bring purpose back to business. And if you have that, I think that's a big magnet nowadays for the millennials or the Gen Zs.
Then we have another question by a Willer fellow. What about companies in markets where the signals are pointing towards not being green or sustainable? How do we affect their decision making?
Well, on my side, that will come with a price tomorrow. The problem is today you don't have a price for climate risk. You don't have a price for social risk. Tomorrow, just look at what the Financial Stability Board is doing. They took climate as part of their stability mandate, not for free. that will come at some point in time, and some of the banks in this room know that they are now going through the review of portfolios, measuring the temperatures of the portfolios, and at some point there will be discussions with some companies that they support about their trajectory for climate, because it will ultimately cost more, because the Basel Committee will move one way or the other to regulate the climate risk, and that's just using the climate. So companies in those markets that believe today they will be able to continue to access cheap capital because it's blind capital, are ill-funded. It will come one way or the other, simply in many cases because they are in the scope 3 or the value chains of many other companies. And so it will come one day or the other, and the sooner they get ready and the better, and that's our message to many of our market participants.
So in every industry, by the way, even the high abatement industries with the high emissions, you find leaders. I talked about net positive, but there are now companies that are close to commercializing a net positive cement that actually absorbs carbon. So in the oil sector or gas sectors, you have people that are rapidly converting. I don't think it matters what the starting point is of companies where they are now, but there are some conditions that you need to look at. If they don't sign up to the Paris agreements and be net zero by 2050, if they don't have key plans on what it means between now and 2030, if they don't do some things in actively participating or putting a price on carbon or embracing the TCFD that Emmanuel eloquently talked about, then, I would have my doubts. But I actually like the companies that are farther behind, because working with them, we can make the bigger improvements. But, it starts there to see really if that commitment is there. But you take the financial sector, if I may be honest, I help someone who contacted me, and it's called the Bank Forward Coalition. And they basically look at the lending in terms of to the fossil industry for new projects, which we can't really afford and we shouldn't really be doing anymore. Half the banks are still lending. In fact, the money that goes to the fossil fuel industry exceeds the money that goes to green. There are only 22% of banks that disclose the financial risk on climate right now. So the financial industry themselves has a long way to go as well. So work with the ones, doesn't matter where you are, but work with the ones that are committed really to drive that bigger improvement. And what we find in the work that we are doing is bringing them together makes them more courageous and makes them move faster, because there are some things, and we talked about policies or signals in terms of standards that are non-comparable. Bringing them together results in more courage and probably an easier chance of faster deblocking some of these bottlenecks.
Something that we're doing here by bringing everyone together. So yesterday, I had Philip Hildebrand here in the closing discussion, and he made a different argument than what you said, Paul, around pensions versus planet in BlackRock's role. How would you try to convince him to account for both?
Well, I wasn't here, so I don't know the argument, and I don't want to talk about him when he isn't here. But it is interesting when you have Santos or Rubio making some comments in the US and Larry Fink starting to change his tone. So perhaps he's probably singing the new party line, and I need to understand that a little bit better, which is really the issue that there is right now. Because I think it is a sign of the transition happening that you get the vested order pushing back stronger, that you get some political short-term opportunistic people moving in, especially now as the midterm elections coming. And coming from the US right now, it has clearly shaken some of the CEOs. We see less CEOs having the courage to go out there. In fact, one of the things that we address in our book is, at the end of the day, it's not an issue of technology or of financing or the money. We have all these things available to attack these challenges. Nor is it actually an issue of climate change or food security or inequality. These are symptoms. The real issue that we're dealing with is an issue of greed, of apathy, of selfishness. And that is really a human transformation that is needed. And we are unfortunately in a period of time that we have that the leaders that we need for the challenges that we have today are few and far in between.
And maybe on that note, another question. Do you believe that a set of KPIs can be defined to link the remuneration of managers of businesses to sustainability?
Well, we can have a whole debate on that, but for the interest of time, we don't. I've always believed not taking money for sustainability, and I've always been against that in Unilever. And despite that, we were #1 on the Dow Jones and any other index you can figure out. We were twice ahead of Patagonia. And by the way, what Yves has done is giving his company to a stakeholder called Mother Earth is quite remarkable. I had a great discussion with him about that, and I think that's a good example. I wouldn't recommend it for every company, but it's a good example of what you could be doing. But I don't think this is an issue of remuneration. It is a fact that in the US, the average long-term remuneration is 1.8 years. It is a fact that now you're getting into the 100 million plus compensation, and none of that seems to be linked to performance. So there are some fundamental issues that need to be attacked in compensation, where I think the boards are doing an inadequate job. But to say you have to pay for something that we need to do, it's the same with diversity in the company. I said in Unilever, if you don't believe in it, fine, I still respect you as human beings, but there's no place for you to work here. And I got more results there in terms of getting our company to gender balance throughout our value chain, by the way, than if I would have, thrown around money the American way because we bribe our way out of a problem. So when it gets to these basic values, which is also what sustainability is in its essence, I personally still have a hard time throwing money at it. I'd really want it, even I invest 1 or 2 years longer in my company to get it really embedded in a culture. But having said that, the reality now is that with this lack of leadership, we're not moving fast enough. So now we pay people, or we put legislation in place on gender or other inclusion measures, and the same is happening with sustainability. So I've come a long way from a practical side than to say, well, it probably is what is needed right now, but it's a pity.
Anything to add?
Well, you want me to answer?
If you have anything to add.
It's interesting because I came from the other way, and we tend to agree on many things, Paul and I. But we only got to the point that at Danone in 2009 we started the CO2 reduction journey when we actually closed the Sustainable Development and CSR department. No more at Danone, so it's everyone's task. And second, on CO2, we said the 15,000 managers, team leaders, would all have 1/3 of their bonus on CO2. And this was not to save the planet. It was because, as I think, again, Paul alluded to in the previous panel, carbon belongs to the soil in an agricultural-based industry. And so it was not about saving the planet, it was about saving the business. And then there is the extension of that, which is more about the values and everything that, of course, for me, are not monetary, and I'm fully aligned with Paul. But I think there is a passing bandwidth in which managers expect their leaders to put their money where their mouth is. And the symbol of the compensation is, whether we like it or not, a very, very strong signal for this.
Well, on that note, time is up. So there will be many more questions, but maybe you have a chance to exchange during the lunch. Thank you very much, Emmanuel Faber and Paul Polman. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's a pleasure. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Okay, well, we're at the end of the summit, but this is not the end of Building Bridges 2022. The Building Bridges Week actually continues with over 60 crowdsourced events, as well as many networking opportunities. So check your registration and make sure that you're signed up for that week. Also visit the Building Bridges Village outside. Make sure to download the app so you have full access to the program. And now I would say let's break silos, get out of the bubble and connect. You want to say something? And I will have Patrick Audier to come up on stage for a quick closing, ladies and gentlemen, for a few minutes. And let me just say that the next edition of Building Bridges is from the 2nd to the 5th of October 2023. So we're just quickly posing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think in the name of the
take pictures after.
The whole Building Bridges community, just before we break for lunch, I'd like to thank all of our speakers and panelists of yesterday and today. I think you will agree, ladies and gentlemen, that they didn't save on their expertise, experiences, and advices. And I think this exchange of knowledge is particularly important to us at Building Bridges, because this is one of the reasons Building Bridges exist. So thank you very much to all of them. Thank you in particular to Paul and to Emmanuel, and taking the time in your really busy schedule, and I know some of it is really appreciated. I'd like to also thank very much Tanya Koenig for mastering this animation and moderating the questions and answers. Very, very good job. Thank you very much, Tanya, for, again, making it such a success. I'd like to thank our Villars community students for having prepared some of the most challenging and interesting questions. I hope some of them were well answered alongside all the sessions. Thank you for being with us. Of course, the Swiss Confederation for offering us those premises, which will become the home of Building Bridges in the coming years. The Building Bridges executive team under the leadership of Sandrine Salerno. Where is Sandrine? There. Thank you very much for doing such a good job. And ladies and gentlemen, this is just the beginning. It's the end of the Summit 2022. The Summit 2023 will happen on October the 2nd until October the 5th, 2023. Please put this in your agenda, including the speakers, because with what you just did, don't even think that we're not going to invite you again. Thank you very much, all of you, and now I invite you to share lunch and networking with us. Have a great week to come.
Just lunch is on the first floor, so you have to take a floor upstairs if you're looking for it. Lunch is in the first floor. Thank you. Enjoy.